Hey, Brendan, are you there? Sure, technology is working here.
Hello, I'm here.
These friends participating remotely tonight.
We're not recording yet. Are you guys ready to go?
Recording in progress.
Okay, I'm always waiting for that. Okay, welcome to Norwich Selectboard regular meeting. I'm Wednesday, board chair. To my left is Marcia Calloway, and my right is Kim Griggs, vice chair, Priscilla Vincent, Matt Sweat, and our town manager is managing the meeting remotely tonight. So we're actually going to have two types of meetings. We're going to testimony on the proposed amendments to the town of Norwich zoning regulations and subdivision regulations. And I'm told that we don't need a motion to open that. But I just have to declare that it's open. So it is open now. And Jan Mossberg would like to speak a little bit, or Jeff Bluebell to speak a little bit to this. I know Jan's on the Zoom here.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Just can you hear me?
Yeah, it's a little soft, but yes.
Okay, so just you want a little bit of background on the zoning, the proposed zoning changes?
Yes, please. Just in a encapsulated form would be great.
Yeah, so this is a set of changes. We've had a public hearing in the Planning Commission. It's been going on for probably 9 months. And really the summary statement is this is to modernize our zoning bylaws with changes that relate mostly to updates. So we're in accordance with state law, where laws have changed relative to housing, such as dwelling units, accessory dwelling units, and duplexes. So we changed the wording to be in accordance with state law there. There are a variety of on-farm, accessory on-farm or on-farm businesses that need to be allowed and defined. Those are coming out of the state regs. We cleaned up several things that just were either redundant or unnecessary or already covered by state law. That was given in a presentation. Certainly anybody that wants to, it's in the Planning Commission packet before our public hearing. There's a detailed presentation, but be happy to answer any questions on specifics, or Stephen can as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there public comment? Would you like to come up?
Sorry, I just came from baseball. Sure. Thanks, everyone. I'm Brian Loeb. I'm the town's representative to Two Rivers, the Regional Planning Commission. It gives me kind of an interesting perspective on these changes. A few things. One is most of this is just cleanup work. Astoundingly, with the current regulations that we have, a lot of times an applicant for an ADU wouldn't know where to look. And the town zoning administrator, Stephen now, and before that, Kyle, would literally need to use the state statute rather than our own rules to decide what to do on the application. There's so much in these proposed changes that is just making it so an applicant in town knows what the rules are. Another thing that I'd say from the regional perspective is they're right in line with what other towns are doing. Other towns around us, including Hartford, have incorporated new state rules around ADUs into their own policies because they know that it's part of the solution around affordable housing. The other thing I would say is the last is that the particular course we've taken on ADUs is not just streamlining and not just in line with other towns, but I think progressive in a key way that helps direct that kind of development where we want it in the town center. The changes to the parking rules to bring it down to one spot per unit means that, an in-home or in-town home that currently has 2 parking spaces doesn't need to somehow come up with 2 more parking spaces to add an ADU. It recognizes that not all households can add a parking space, and not all households would need a parking space. So in that way, it means that more in-home parcels could facilitate an ADU. I think it's really valuable. So 3 great things. I think these are pretty non-contentious, non-controversial, but overwhelming support in front of the Planning Commission for this kind of package. I think you got a lot of hard work went into this by a lot of folks. So thank you guys for taking the time to review it. Thanks.
Thanks, Brian. Noticing Irv Tomai's hand is up on Zoom. Would you like to speak, Irv?
Thank you. Irv Tomei, not Tomai, thank you. I have not refreshed my homework tonight. But I remember when this is about the farmer's market item in the proposed changes. I read the description of farmer's market items, and I saw edible matters, but I did not see ornamental plants, which I think are typically part of farmer's market offerings, and appropriately so. And I'm concerned that if they're not included, that some by the book sort of enforcer might say they couldn't be there. Am I misguided? I hope so. Thank you.
Would you like to speak to that, Jan, or Stephen?
I'm happy to speak to that, but unfortunately, I didn't hear what he said it was missing.
Okay.
Ornamentalist concern is that somehow someone would say you cannot also have ornamental.
Plants or
Okay. Stephen True, the zoning administrator for the town of Norwich. If those ornamental plants come from a farm that is recognized by the Department of Agriculture, it can participate in the function of an accessory on-farm business, the retail component of accessory on-farm businesses. So
What about an open air market?
Also an open air market. I would certainly consider that as coming from a farm and being sold in an open air market. I don't know if the definition specifically talks to ornamental plants. But I don't see that as a barrier to anything. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
Not quite. If I may, there are some vendors at the current Norwich Farmers Market who sell ornamental plants, and that's all they sell. They don't also sell edible items. And I think it's appropriate that they're part of our farmers market. And I would hate to see them excluded in the future by an accidental or unintended drafting oversight.
No, I appreciate that.
If you look at the definition, the proposed definition in the draft, it talks about, and I quote, selling or offering for sale at retail, locally grown vegetables or produce, and then artisan produced handicrafts, artwork, baked or prepared goods. So I take it as broad enough to include, under produce. And to Stephen's point, the state definition of a farm gives you broad latitude into what that farm is producing. So I don't see it as a problem that somebody's going to get a detailed call for selling ornamentals.
Yeah, and I think the fundamental characteristic of the open air market definition is a number of different vendors. You know, I don't think the definition should necessarily contain a listed definition for each one of those. But I would certainly think that was an appropriate use for a vendor in the open air market as the definition exists.
Okay, thank you. On to the next question, Linda Gray.
Hi, thank you. Thank you very much. And I just wanted to very briefly convey my support for this package of revisions. In particular, I like the elements along the lines that Brian highlighted, the elements that support more and more diverse housing in Norwich. I think they're a very good first step. And so I want to thank the Planning Commission for taking that and encourage them to continue along that route. And then separately, as a DRB member, I just want to note there are a couple changes in there as well that I think are going to help the DRB do its work. And so that's another reason why I encourage you all to support the changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. All right, I see someone in the upper left-hand corner, someone with better eyesight. Can you identify? Excuse me? Peter DeShasso. Peter DeShasso, would you like to speak? Peter DeShasso?
He's muted.
Oh, he's muted. You're muted.
Yes, I would. I'm a member of the Affordable Housing Subcommittee, and I just wanted to express my support as well for the proposed changes, which are really a step forward in promoting affordable housing, the clarification, simplification of the rules on accessory dwelling units, and it could give encouragement to owners and developers to add affordable housing. So I am very much in favor of it.
Thank you. Did we appoint him?
I think we did.
Probably did. My eyesight's just.
I can't read that either.
Thank you. All right. Would you like to come up? Oh, okay, we've got a person. Go ahead.
Hi.
Identify yourself.
Cody Williams, 239 Mitchellbrook Road. I specifically wanted to speak in favor of the changes that add provisions for open air markets. I think the current Norwich Farms market is a boon to our town, supports small businesses, whether they're farms, producers of artisan goods, produced food, any number of things. It supports a lot of community involvement and engagement, both in the town and the region abroad. And I think anything we can do to encourage that more and enshrine that in our official planning and zoning, the better. So fully in favor. Thank you. And thanks to the Planning Commission folks for all their work on it.
Thank you.
You want to come up?
Kathleen Shepherd, 447 New Boston Road. And I was on the Affordable Housing Subcommittee for many, many years, though not recently. And it's been very exciting to see the kind of progress at making the laws of the state come into consistency with what we can do here, one. And two, making it all more understandable. I certainly went through a long period of time of hearing about how crazy it was to even think of making an ADU. It was just too difficult. And we heard from even contractors that were trying to help people to do it. Anything that would clarify the ADU is a very tiny inclusion of more housing, but for people who want to make the effort and can, it's a great thing to do. So we should make it simple, easy to understand, and no extra parking.
All right, thank you. Lana?
Barbara Landa, 784 Union Village Road, and I'm also here to speak in support of these revisions. I support the greater clarity for ADUs and the making it more user-friendly for the residents of Norwich. And it's also really important to update it for consistency with the state regulations. And so I'm here just, again, to support the changes.
Thank you. Come on up.
Yeah, Jeff Lubell, Spring Pond Road. And yeah, I'm here to support the changes as well. I think I'm on the Affordable Housing Subcommittee, but I'm speaking in my own personal capacity. And I thought the Planning Commission did a really thoughtful process. It went through thought about a lot of things. There were a lot of important changes that they did not make, that are more ambitious, that need to be made in the future. I think that's appropriate, right? To say big things like, rethinking our zoning districts or rethinking the baseline density. I mean, those are big things that, will take more time to think through and talk through, might require broader input, but modernizing the code, trying to rationalize farm-based businesses and farmers markets in a way that basically authorize what we already have, right? Which is, a substantial amount of farm-based businesses. There's a modest change to make the density bonus hopefully actually get used. We've had an affordable housing density bonus that has never been used because it's just doesn't make it economically feasible. And so there's a slight increase in that. It's still, even with that bonus, we will have less density here than the minimum density that the state requires in areas with water and wastewater. So it's not still going to be like, I would say suboptimal, but it's better than what we have. It's a step forward. We need to get into the habit of making changes, to updating our zoning code, making changes, and keep making it a living document. It can't just be something that's like a museum piece. And I would really encourage you to make the change now and not wait 9 months or whatever to the next town vote. That's a long time from now. You have the ability to make these changes. They're not, as you see, they're not terribly controversial. And there are decisions that will get made in between now and then that will be helpful to have them get made now. And if you kind of wait and say, we're going to defer it to a vote, then everything gets on hold. No one could get financing to move forward with any of their projects, right? And you're just kind of waiting. I think what we need to do is make things clear and allow people to move forward, right? That's the goal of these kinds of laws. So happy to answer any questions you have, but generally I support the package as proposed.
Thanks, Jeff. Is that Arlene? Okay. Arlene Rodman, you like to speak? I think you're muted. There you go.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I'm very much in favor of these changes for a variety of reasons. Number one, although they are minimal, I think they are important. They're probably one of the first steps toward implementing our town plan, which is what we are supposed to be doing. The changes specifically that I would like to address, although I agree with all the proponents, are number one, making the farmers market available to the property across the way on Route 5. The present zoning regulations will not allow that. There are a lot of advantages to that. If the farmers market is across the street and if they can eventually, and I know they've been looking at this for a long time, if they can eventually construct a building, that would eliminate the need to use Tracy Hall for farmers markets in the winter, which is inadequate. Tracy Hall has problems. There are parking problems. And this would be an enormous advantage to the town. Secondly, that's the one that I think that's most that's biggest. Allowing to have accessory dwellings, particularly in the town, would go a little way towards solving the enormous housing issue that we have, lack of housing. And lack of housing affects our ability to find employees. If people have to, and so there are environmental changes and advantages to the town. If people have to drive a long way in order to get to work, this is environmentally unsound and people don't want to do it. So it doesn't make employment opportunities in Norwich particularly advantageous, and finding help has been a problem for the town. So both environmentally and in terms of affordability of housing, I think that just the ability to add accessory dwellings without having to go through many changes is advantageous. Otherwise, I agree with all the other things that the proponent said, but the inability for us to get people wanting to take jobs here because of lack of housing seems to me to be a big deal. And the farmers market seems to be another big deal. Thank you.
Thank you, Arlene. Stephen, did you want to?
Yeah, I'd just like to make a short statement.
Okay.
Stephen True, zoning administrator. I want to thank everybody who's supported affordable housing, the open air market, all of the agricultural uses that we've recognized in the town. But in particular, for my function as a zoning administrator, I want to point out the fact that we are implementing 2 new municipal permits in these land use regulations, which are, a great benefit to my office in order to, so there's a certificate of occupancy and a certificate of compliance. The certificate of occupancy is really the mechanism to close out a building permit, and we don't have that now. It comes with a sort of requisite minor inspection, but it allows for a real sort of 360-degree view on a permit that we've issued. So the addition and a certificate of compliance which is essentially the zoning administrator affirming that a property is currently in compliance with our zoning regulations, are both very useful tools for my office to manage these building permits.
Right.
Thank you.
A follow-up for Marcia.
Yes.
I just wanted to clarify, we have an open air market. And the statement was that that's not allowed under our current regulations. So are they out of compliance?
I mean, the point is they're in a different zoning district right now. Across the street is rural residential.
Business district. And the reason I pause, I think it's been there for a long time too.
Grandfathered to other zoning districts.
Pre-existing nonconformity, I think is the technical term. But it's also in a commercial district.
Thank you. All right, now is this Leslie O'Hara? I'm having trouble with the fine print. Is this Leslie?
Yeah, I think so.
Hogwash Farm? You want to speak? Are you there? And it's just little kids.
Hi, sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, great. My name is Leslie O'Hara and I own Hogwash Farm. I'm also the current board president of the Norwich Farmers Market. And I wanted to follow up everything that everyone has already said and just thank everyone who's put all the time and effort into this wording and speak to my wholehearted support for the open air markets and the farm auxiliary businesses. They deeply affect Hogwash, and we would love to stay in operational. We don't, we want to stay. We want to keep being part of the Norwich community in a better way than we already are. And yeah, I just wanted to thank you for your time and speak up my support. Thanks a bunch.
All right, thanks, Leslie. Any other comments from the audience, either online or here? Any questions from the Selectboard? Marcia?
It's not a question, but I just
comment.
When Stephen presented to us, Stephen and I have talked about this. There was he cited 24 VSA 4442C about, or was it the other way around? there's two statutes,
42, 44, 42.
and C and D, and so I think it was C.
Yes.
Yeah. So C was not mentioned. And basically, I wanted people to know that they can, C was mentioned, D wasn't mentioned. That's right.
Is this, when you say mentioned, was that in the planning commission hearing?
It was in the
It's
cover
covered.
letter that I wrote to the town manager
Okay.
to initiate this process.
Okay, thank you.
So the one that I wanted people to know about was that notwithstanding a vote by the legislative body on a bylaw amendment or repeal, it shall not take effect if 5% of the voters of the municipality petition for a meeting of the municipality to consider the bylaw amendment or repeal, and the petition is filed within 20 days of the vote. In that case, a meeting of the municipality shall be duly warned for the purpose of acting by Australian ballot upon the bylaw amendment or repeal. So I just wanted people in town to know that that was the law. If somebody was upset about this, and it doesn't sound like there's anything too egregious in this, but people need to know. And I also wanted to point out that the legislative body, as Stephen told us, the legislative body can make a decision to have this warned for adoption by Australian ballot.
Right, or the legislative body can approve it.
Can approve it.
And I did not set up this agenda to do that so quickly after a public hearing, but we could put it on our next agenda if that's something the board wants to do. And I would push to not do it at town meeting or not do it in the fall, because I think that a lot of these changes seem to flow down from the state. So I think we should, personally, I think we should take this step, which the step of
Approve it at our next meeting.
considering approving this
Routine adoption.
Whereas the next set may, as I think Jeff said, require a little more public input. Perhaps that one, that series of adjustments might really require a public vote. But I think this one is, to me, it's sort of good to go, in my opinion. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's do it next meeting.
Okay, well, if everyone agrees, we'll put it on the agenda. Any other comments or questions? Okay, I will need a motion to close this hearing.
I move, go ahead. You have a nicer voice. Well, okay, I move to close the public hearing to solicit testimony on the proposed amendments to the town of Norwich zoning regulations and subdivision regulations.
Okay, okay, second by Callaway. And let's vote. Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chemo?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, well, thank you for those who came for the hearing. And we'll follow up. Great work, everybody.
Yeah.
All right, so now we're going to shift. We're actually going to start our regular select board meeting with the agenda. I think there's sort of a list of future agenda items. I don't know if you want to deal with that in passing now or just at the end. Into the meeting, or I think the zoning regulations vote is probably ready to consider. Purchasing policy, I think there might be a draft. I'm interested in seeing how we would like to research spending the opioid fund money, because it's unclear. We've sort of gotten stuck on that. And I know Chemo has an interest in Article 36, but I'm not sure what aspect. So, like, do we want to see how we're doing according to the metric that they developed, or do you want to speak briefly to that, just as a future agenda item?
Well, yes, as a future agenda, I'm interested in to hear has happened.
Okay.
And to discuss what we might do.
Okay, so how much of it we've accomplished and what we still have to do, and perhaps since we're renovating Tracy Hall, what the implications of that are?
Yes.
Yeah.
What other sort of low-hanging fruit there might be to push
Okay,
that
all right.
project.
I also, let's see, I guess the other thing I wanted to mention is that the Norwich Times article is coming up again. I think that deadline is September, well, no, it's July 25th. What's coming up, right? Well, those are for ads, so I'm a little bit confused because our usual editor, Rose Tarami, has moved on.
I think she sent that to me and to you. I can look for it.
But it was for ads, right?
No, I don't think so. She sent.
Maybe we're too late to do anything about it anyway.
Carry on and I'll find it.
Yeah, I think it was 7:25. So we might have missed it for this one, but we could be thinking of it if we didn't, for the winter issue, what would we like to express in the Norwich Times? I was thinking, picking on Matt a little bit, saying, would you like to say what it's like to be a new member and be tossed into the animal control ordinance world,
Look back on the first 100 days of.
Yeah, but also just to kind of reflect on how to balance everything, all the constituencies and, the people that you talk to and so forth. So,
Sure.
okay, but I don't know if it's going to be now or the winter.
Yeah, as long as it's not the 25th, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, that's not going to work. Okay, well, I'll keep Matt in mind for that. Okay, let's get back to the agenda. Anyone want to amend or add or subtract? So,
Could we please discuss what the finance department has done for us, maybe under department reports? They do all this work and we sort of never have it on the agenda and never talk about it.
okay, so you're thinking in the department reports to have that be the first report that's discussed? Or is
Well, I mean, I think it should be somewhere in the agenda and that seems like a reasonable place to put it.
Department.
Okay, is finance department's not a department?
Finance department? I thought you said,
Sorry.
Yeah, it's under department, it could be under department reports with a particular focus on that department, I think. You want it, would that be acceptable?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, any other additions or subtractions? Okay, would someone like to move to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda as, would this be an amendment?
I guess so, yeah.
As amended?
Okay, have a second?
I'll second.
And let's vote. So, Marcia, how do you vote?
yes.
Emo?
Yes.
Scylla?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I'm yes. Okay. The chair's report. I met to set the agenda before leaving for 10 days. I was in Colorado and Washington State, and I looked at signage about dogs. It was fun, but the National Forest and the Federal Wilderness Trails have the same rules and signage, which you have to have your dog on a 6-foot leash. Dillon, Colorado had similar dog rules. I don't know if they had an area for off leash. They did have a rather large, almost like a caution sign for an event that they were going to have. And it didn't say no dogs, but it said something like a pet-free event. So I think no pets, llamas, rabbits, dogs.
Horses.
Yeah, it's like just people. So I don't know, it's just interesting to see that. And I think I've talked about the other things during the agenda. So that's it for the chair's report. Marcia?
The holiday issue is due October 17th.
Oh, okay, that sounds like a much better deadline, October 17th. Okay, Matt, if you're willing, that would be great.
Sure.
Okay.
Is there a word limit?
I think, was it 400 or 5?
5, I think.
500.
Yeah,
And
500.
they like to have photos, so it's your chance for a cute.
Let's put a dog in it.
Yeah.
Wear your hat.
Okay. All right, so now we're up to public comments for items not on the agenda. Any public comments?
Hi, my name is Peggy Allen, and I'm a resident of Hartford, but I'm here because we have formed a not-for-profit 501c3 called the Upper Valley Agricultural Association. And the Upper Valley Agricultural Association has the purchase and sale on that 35 acres. I've been working for about 3 years to set this up, to acquire the property and explore the possibility of relocating the Norwich Farmers Market. When we began the process, it's 35 acres. The farmers market doesn't need 35 acres. I reached out to Andrew Winter, who's with me here, Executive Director of Twin Pines, to see if there would be a possibility of also providing affordable housing on the property. There's several issues that have to be overcome. The two right up front were zoning, and I've been working for over a year with Jan around zoning, the language for rural residential. And the other is the critical issue around water and sewer, because the land cannot support there's not enough water and sewer, either for the farmers market's interests, nor for affordable housing. Andrew and I went to talk to, well, you want to take over?
Yeah, sure.
Go
I'm
for it.
happy to introduce myself.
Sorry.
Andrew Winter, Executive Director. No worries. We haven't quite got this down yet. Andrew Winter, Executive Director of Twin Pines Housing, and I'm also a resident here in Norwich on Goodrich Four Corners. I'm going to step back and say, one of the other pieces that we've been talking about is the need for affordable housing. We have 665 units that Twin Pines owns. We have 0 of those units here in Norwich. We do have 2 affordable housing projects, as you may know, on Norwich Senior. Full disclosure, I'm on the board there, but that is not owned, managed by Twin Pines. And then we have the 14 homes at Star Lake, which Twin Pines developed over a period of time, starting approximately 35 years ago. And we continue to steward those homes as well. One of the challenges up there is water and septic, and an aging water and septic system. So with that said, we were approached by folks from the Unitarian Universalist congregation, which is at the corner of Palmer Court and Route 5. And we've been having some conversations with them. And as part of that, I think we've gotten to a point where the sense of the organization, the congregation, is that they are interested in potentially working with Twin Pines to create some affordable housing on a portion of their land. They have a 7-acre parcel. And so when we started talking, we said, well, we both need water and sewer. Palmer Court, which is a road in Hartford, is a public way in Hartford, has an 8-inch sewer line, a 6-inch water line. And so yesterday, the first step in this whole mishigas of trying to create housing is to actually go to the town of Hartford. And so yesterday we met with the Selectboard. And so we're really here more just to let you know that we're having these conversations as a courtesy. We think it's the right thing to do to bring this to your attention, so you're not hearing about it. Well, you'll hear about it at some point, but we wanted you to hear it directly from us first. And so I'm pleased. I think we're both pleased to say that
with the support of the town manager, starting there, John Haverstock, we met with him in February to get the ball rolling. And boy, he was like, why wouldn't we do this? Affordable housing is needed. It doesn't have to be in Hartford. It can be anywhere. And the farmers market is, it's a vital entity. Why wouldn't Hartford help? So with his help, we engaged his public works and got John basically put us on the agenda to explain what we were up to. And his department was there to say, we very much recommend that we move forward exploring what the engineering requirements would be. So the select board there voted unanimously to move forward with it, which we just found extremely encouraging. And we wanted to share that, what we consider to be pretty exciting news with the Norwich Select Board.
So that's the first step. This is the very first step for the potential to create affordable housing in Norwich, but it's an important one because water and sewer are critical elements in housing. If you've been following anything in the papers about what's gone on in Woodstock or what's going on in New London, water and sewer are critical. So more to follow. We just wanted to bring it to your attention. Happy to take questions. There will be lots of opportunities. We don't have plans to show you. We don't have concepts to show you. We're just telling you these conversations are going on and we wanted you to all be aware of it at the front end. So thank you.
That's great. Marcia?
I listened to the meeting last night. Sounds like you're planning a 7,000 square foot building for the.
That's what we're trying to do is the winter market. And that's roughly what we're looking at. Yes.
Yeah. So that's the end of the Blood Brook watershed, and water's a huge issue there, like the common enemy, right? And I heard you say something like 2,000 to 2,900 people frequent the market. Did you say that?
On a strong Saturday, we can get over the course of the market from 9 to 1, about 2,000 people.
So that's a lot of parking, and I'm just thinking about the nature of that land and that it can't really sustain that level of activity. But beside that, the things that I'm going to be looking at are like liability. And there seems to be a fairly recent statute or statutory framework for a town to provide people in another town wastewater services. But I'm wondering how that's interpreted in terms of the context. And I don't expect you to have an answer tonight, but Vermont makes a distinction between governmental functions which get immunity and proprietary ones which don't get immunity. And I'm just wondering, proprietary sewer systems tend to be, I believe, construed as proprietary systems. And so I'm just wondering if there are problems like sewer backups, insufficient future supply. Hartford decided we can't supply the amount of capacity that is required. What do the future Norwich citizens who are living there, what do they do? What's their recourse? Because the land obviously can't support it. So again, I'm just throwing these out because I think they're issues of concern, and I don't want to see Norwich surprised by people being harmed and no recourse, and maybe the town actually having to do something very expensive.
We'll be happy to address that issue at the appropriate time. Again, I think it's actually noteworthy that not only the Unitarians have water and sewer, but the family place across the street. So there is a template that the communities have worked through in terms of providing an extension that serves the property in an adjacent community. This is not pointing, it's not the first time. I'm sure folks have looked at this. I'm not, I've not delved into the niceties around this. It is not an extension of the system in the sense that it is not a main. And that's a really important distinction. This is a lateral line that serves, would run from an 8-inch or 6-inch main to the property, and then potentially on to the farmer's market. So those lateral lines are typically the responsibility of the property owner that benefits from it, much like anybody who's got a water line, at their primary residence. From the main to the stop and the stop to the house, they own from the stop to the house. I mean, they own that piece of it. Mm-hmm. And so that's the way things have been run with the town of Hartford. So again, a little bit, to be delved into, and certainly appreciate you bringing this issue up now so that we can make sure that we're addressing your concerns going on.
2024 statute that you probably want to look at.
Okay, thank you.
All right, other questions from the board? I find this quite exciting. Very exciting. Well,
more to follow, a lot more. I mean, again, this is.
You've been working hard for a long time. I know.
We've been working hard, but again, I sort of, if a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, we've just taken the first step. And so there's a lot of work to be done to come back with work with the Unitarians, work with the town of Hartford to make sure that we're addressing theirs, and then ultimately coming to the DRB here to go through the whole site and plan review process. So lots to figure out. But wanted you to be aware of it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
Public comments for Bernie?
Yeah. I'm just coming in from next door where we've been deliberating on today's batch of the in-person interviews.
Grievances? Grievances?
The grievances. And so I just wanted to let people know that we're making progress where we've now finished off. We've had 100 of the out of 195, we've completed 100 in-person grievances. We're in the process right now of delivering those, finishing up deliberating on today's batch. And we've got tomorrow, and then we'll be working next week on hopefully finishing them off. So I just wanted to let people know that things are going relatively smoothly, and we think we'll get the job done in time.
Wonderful. Thank you, Bernie.
Thank you.
You guys have been working ridiculous hours, and I just want to express my appreciation and the care that you're giving to everybody who comes before you. And you're just flat out, and yet you're still standing. I mean, thank you. Thank you, and congratulations.
Thank you. I can say the same thing with the select board too. So
And this is, your pace is different right now. All right, I see Susan Barrett's hand is up on Zoom.
Hello, I am driving right now, but pulling over, so I am in a safe space, so I can make a comment. I am late tonight because I had a work event in Montpelier, and I apologize. And if you want me to, now I can go on video because I'm pulled over. If you want me to send in a separate public comment, I can, but I just wanted to say a couple of things that I support the zoning changes so that the farmers market has a permanent home. I live in Norwich. I am a community member on the farmers market board. And I said this before at the Planning Commission open public comment that I've never met in my many years working such committed, intelligent, hardworking people who are coming together to look for a permanent home for the farmers market. And it's so necessary. And I think the first step is the zoning changes. I'd also, as a Norwich resident and a taxpayer, like to encourage at any possible way for the select board to make more workforce housing available to people who want to come and live in Norwich. We all know that our schools and our tax rate here in Norwich is one of the highest in the state because we do not have a lot of diversity. And I would encourage all of you to do anything possible to create more workforce housing so we can have more folks move to our beautiful town. So that is all I wanted to comment on. Thank you for all you do. And now I'm going to go off camera and listen because I'll be driving.
Thank you. All right, any other public comments? Okay.
Put your hand down, please.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks.
All right, so seeing none, we'll go on to agenda item number 5, rules for dogs. Would you like to speak to this, Matt?
Yes, so there's the most current version of the rules for dogs is back behind there. And I'm sorry that due to scheduling and stuff, the one that I put out in the packet, that one that got included in the digital packet is has been revised by one version. And it changed a little bit. It's changed a little bit based on a little bit more input, so that the dog group down that meets on weekends can have a bit more time to their traditional meetup. And there was a little bit more verbiage that was put in, also based on some input, just making it really, and also thank you to Priscilla, who sent me a photograph. I think we've all hyper aware of how other towns deal with dogs. And so like everywhere that we travel, we kind of check it out. So you've sent me nice things, and Priscilla sent me one from Brookline, Mass. And so, you know, I felt like one piece that was also kind of missing here was, and maybe I think Jan spoke to this, just the ability to like easily note if you see something that goes on with the dog person interaction that you're not comfortable with, you know, an easy way to just how do you take that to the next step? So calling the non-emergency phone number for the police department is you know, a fair way to do that. So I felt like that's appropriate on the sign with the dog rules. And so there's the dog rules, and I think it, as best we can, represents a lot of different stakeholders. So I'm open to, I think that, you know, I'm curious what you think.
Do you want to describe like exactly what's different about the version that didn't make it into the packets? It seems like a couple of things were added.
We can put it up on the screen.
Yeah, but I don't have control of that screen.
Brennan just makes you a co-host.
Ooh, and that also might be out of my scope of
It is.
practice.
Do you want me to do it,
Yeah,
Brennan?
I can also speak to the changes that were made.
I think that's having it up there would be good.
Yeah.
Uwe Brennan.
See if
I'm
Brennan
not
is-
seeing Matt on the Zoom, so I can't make my co-host.
I can.
That's right here.
I see he's in the room. I don't think he's connected via Zoom.
I think if someone else could do it, that'd be awesome.
Marcia's
Thank you.
offered to find it
Okay.
and send it to you to put up so that people can see it.
I'm gonna make Marcia a co-host here. All right, so Marcia, you should now be able to share your screen as the co-host.
Yep. Thank you. Want it again? Okay.
Next page.
Anything changed up here?
Oh, okay, so that is the current version, because it says 11 at the end of the April hours, it says 11:30 to 4 p.m.
This isn't the right one?
No, yours is the correct, the one that is on the screen is correct.
Make it bigger. Yeah, a view thing. So the time was changed
Yes,
for April.
yes, so the weekend time was changed to 11:30 to 4 p.m.
And it seemed also that there were specifics about dogs should not be on the playground, hard courts, or in-season athletic fields. There's more specificity there, I think.
Exactly. So we have a green season and a white season. So dogs must be on leash on weekdays. If they're those hours, the hours were meant to represent times that both off-leash dog owners, so that they can have some morning, evening, and afternoon, and also to specify times where dogs are going to be guaranteed on leash, because a lot of people, because people have said that they would rather walk down there at times where they know without question that dogs are going to be on leash. And these are also sometimes people who have leashed dogs that would just rather walk and know that there's no dogs running around at the same time. And then during the December to April 15th spot, which is like winter essentially, it's much more open because the place is less frequently used. However, the 3 to 5 p.m. is kind of like the after school time. So if there's like sledding or skiing or whatever, it just gives a small chunk of time where dogs are definitely going to be on leash. So if you are like a Nordic skier and would just prefer to know that no dogs will be off leash at that time, great. If we're going to have if they're going to be sledding, there's dogs will be on leash. Defined sort of what under voice control could be like. So within sight of the owner and should not approach another person or pet without their permission. And then, defined dogs should not be on the playground, hard courts, or in-season athletic fields. And then that the athletic fields are defined as painted white lines around them on the grass and the map below. And so this map is essentially, a version of what Bree already uses to give to the people who are mowing and lining the fields at different times of the year. And so that map would be updated in the kiosks at Huntley so that people can visually see, where they can let their dogs run and where they can't. I pulled some of this verbiage also from the Brookline, Massachusetts signage. Always clean them up after your dog is kind of a given, but I hadn't put that on the first version. I was mainly focused on the hours and then kind of like expanded my thought process to what a whole sign might look like. Notes for keeping it safe and enjoyable for everyone. And then down at the bottom, how to follow up if you're having problems with off-leash dogs or any violations. I didn't want people to think you have to call 911, but you can call the Norwich Police Department directly, and then where to follow for more information.
I have a question, Matt.
Yeah.
So in the height of sports season, how would the map look? A lot of red?
Yeah, so if you go down there, the fields would be defined. There would be more red on this. Many of the people that I talk to who really enjoy using Huntley with their dogs, either on leash or off leash, typically follow the whole loop path. So like that's not impeded upon by, full sports fields usage. And I would also note that there's also a very large place where I think the dog group meets on weekends. That's right at that's kind of right in front of the tennis courts. That that field has been unfortunately fairly trashed, and so that's not a sports field anymore. And then there's also that large spot where we were considering, having a fenced-in dog field, but now it's just going to be an open area. And so like those two open areas are two areas that will always be open for dog running, and there might be plans to create that spot that was going to be the fenced in area. It's possible that they just want to kind of regenerate that area and make it kind of take a shot at the woody stuff that's growing up there and try to just like mow it back a lot more. So make it a much more just open meadow, not fenced in. So there will be plenty of open space even when fields are in active use.
All right, questions for Matt from the select board?
So who does the updating of the signs?
Or the kiosk?
I would say that Bree is sort of the holder of this information anyways. So like if the sign could be all, like most of this doesn't change. The only thing that really does is the map.
Yeah.
And so the way I envision the signs, and I talked with Bree about, we kind of geeked out on kiosks. And so like she already has a kiosk in mind that's like a plastic wood version so that it doesn't like age and splinter and whatnot. And that you could get in that is protected, she can just swap out the maps when appropriate. And also what I really liked about a kiosk down there is that it also lets sort of the town / rec department, advertise all the wonderful programs that they have going on and things that either that could bring in revenue, like sports teams, or just like community-based events. It's just one other way to get lots of information out there. So, whenever you have something that's multi-use, that's always a good thing.
Would there be one kiosk or three?
What I would suggest is that at the 3 main entry points, there'd be three.
Three kiosks.
Yes, so one at each, there's 2 entry point, there's 2 parking lots, and then 2 main entry points from those parking lots. They'd be at the entry points at each parking lot. And then I also see a lot of people coming across the Kids Bridge. So right at the Kids Bridge.
Yeah.
And so that does a good job at defining expectations for everyone.
Wonderful. I think Kimo has a question or comment.
I'm actually not sure that we should be deciding how things get signed. That sounds like the town managers.
Oh, sure. But
so we
it's
can have
just
ideas,
also
but-
knowing how it's going to work is good.
Yeah.
But we're not controlling that,
No,
but we do want people to be informed.
Yeah.
So I would call it research.
Just making it clear.
Research. Okay, other questions? Questions from the public? Alexa?
Sure. Alexa Manning, 442 Main. And I'm mostly here just to say thank you so much to Matt for all the work that he put in on these rules and working on all this. I know he's spoken to a lot of people many times and spent a lot of time on it. And I think that there's some really good work here that I think is hopefully going to help move this very, very, very long process forward. So I just wanted to thank, and the only 2 quick things I wanted to ask about were the weekend hours, which are just Saturdays and Sundays all through kind of the nice weather season from 11:30 to 4. And I'm not going to stand on ceremony about it, but just if I'm looking at that, it's really kind of the whole weekend other than the morning, because it starts not too long from now, it starts getting kind of, like not many people are going out to the park at 5:30, 6 o'clock. It is not a deal breaker thing, at least to me. It just feels like, I think the rest of the rules are kind of pretty balanced nicely with the times. And then it feels like we've kind of blocked out almost the whole day on Saturday and Sunday. So my only thoughts were whether there was any possibility or interest in considering either a Saturday, Sunday, or a slightly different schedule Saturday and Sunday, or just a slightly smaller blocking out, both on Saturday and Sunday. That's kind of what I wanted to throw out there as just, that's the one thing that I feel it kind of blocks out pretty much the entire weekend other than in the morning. But other than that, I think that Matt did a terrific job. And the only other remaining question I had was I had brought up 2 weeks ago the issue of, and it's not specific on here. So actually I guess it's not on here. I guess it's an ordinance question. So we'll save it for later because it is, now that I think of it, it is an ordinance question. It's about the fields. Is that a rules question or an ordinance question? It's just the question about the incidental crossing of the fields with the chasing the balls and stuff, which I know was kind of like dismissed as not an issue. And I understand that, but I would love, and I don't know if he's on here since we're now putting like the police department information on the sign, which that's fine. I would love to perhaps hear from the police chief just to say that he is not interested in pursuing violations because someone was playing fetch with their ball and their dog ran across the field when there was nobody on the field. I just want to make sure that we're not going to start getting into petty phone calls to the police department because somebody who doesn't care for dogs saw a dog chase a ball across the field. So I didn't know if he was on the Zoom by any chance. And if
I'm not sure. Brennan, do you know if
The police
Matt
chief
is on
is
the
not,
call?
participating with us tonight, but I think he has said in previous meetings that he's not intent on trying to watch lines and dogs crossing them. So I don't think this is an issue.
I'm happy to hear that it's not an issue. I kind of just wanted to publicly state that, but thank you all very much. And I certainly do hope we were able to move forward on this after these many months.
All right, if you have to come up, yes.
Hi, Stephanie Wolf. I just want to say thank you so much to everyone, both my my fellow community members and also the select board for all your hard work on this issue. I've listened and come to all these meetings, or as many as I can, and I've really appreciated everything that everybody has had to say and their thoughts. The only thing that I wanted just to say is that I think these rules are reasonable, and I appreciate all the work, Matt, that you did to pull them together. The one thing I would just say is that it might be useful to add the year onto this, because I know that when I've been to some parks, sometimes there's some sad piece of paper with some information. And it's like, is that still effective? And so if it said June 15 to August 15, 2025, and then the next season, or if when things change, whatever that is, 2025, 2026, that might be useful. So that's
Very good suggestion. Thank you. Marcia, I'm wondering maybe to take this down in case there's somebody on Zoom that has a comment. If that's, or
Brennan should be looking.
Or Brennan, is anyone on Zoom wanting to comment?
See.
I don't see anyone on Zoom. Marcia, you are still controlling the screen, so I think if you just X out of that, the full screen will reappear.
Just looked through and I don't see it, but I'll stop sharing. I don't see anybody.
Yeah. If I may, I would also just like to compliment Matt and all of the effort he put in to create these rules and to engage with different members of the community. I think this is really helpful to moving the process along. So great job.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, well, we have a motion.
Yes.
Spray paint the fields to be different colors, right?
We're gonna squiggle lines.
I move to adopt, can I move to adopt the rules for the dogs? Should I say as presented or adding the year?
Maybe as amended.
As amended?
To include, let's see, what would it be
To include the current year.
the current year?
To include the current year, okay. Current year's date. I mean, okay,
Current year's date.
well, 2025.
Or,
And it will be different in the winter.
I think that makes sense. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Any more discussion? Okay, let's have a vote. Marcia?
Yes.
Kimo?
Yes.
Sean?
Yes, but I think he wanted to say something.
I want to say,
I'm
one
sorry.
more thing. Sorry.
Yeah.
Every one of these times, I wanted to address what you said.
Thank
Sorry. Every one of these times came about by multiple discussions. So the discussion that happened around the 11:30 to 4 p.m. on weekdays during green time was essentially that it was important to define, if the suggestion was to only have it on a Saturday or a Sunday and leave the other one open to off-leash times, the pushback was, or the counter argument to that was that people like to have specific times each day of the week where they can go down and know that there's going to be dogs on leash. So that's why doing, one weekend was sort of, it felt like it was more even-handed to do that, to have it both weekends, a small the chunk of time, 11:30 to 4. And then that 11:30 to 4 p.m. was also because there's families that will rent out the pavilion to have like kid parties basically. And so, like a lot of them would rather have times that they know that dogs are going to be on leash when they're having their like little kid parties at the pavilion. And so that was kind of those were the two of the underlying thoughts behind that hours. So, and I know that it can't satisfy everybody, but like it is worth noting that after 4 p.m., during most of the green times, like there's still tons of sunlight out. And so, sorry, I didn't want to let you not be addressed.
I appreciate you clarifying that. Thank you very much.
Now you get to vote.
I vote yes.
That's a good question.
Sure, but I'm gonna vote yes, and then you can put a little PS.
You just keep referring to green.
The green time.
April to November is like green time, when there's grass on the field.
Oh.
And like December to April
Is white
is white time, when there is, I'm sorry, I got like pulled into the rec department jargon.
Very poetic.
You just need to keep us clued in.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
What I say is confusing.
So we've just adopted these rules and we're going to try them out and see how we do. Now we're going to move on to the actual ordinance, which I believe is version 9. And any comments on the version 9? So
It's a little bit of a sidebar, and I've had a little bit of correspondence with Matt. I keep coming back to enforcement because we have some dog owners who haven't done anything about licensing their dogs. And this also talks about you don't license your dog, you're going to have a fine. And if we're not already enforcing what's in the current ordinance, I sort of say, well, why do we pass an ordinance if we're not going to enforce it? And who is the enforcement officer to say, do we want somebody to say, okay, it's time to send you a letter and say you owe $100 plus the.
no, I think it's the police department.
Well, we don't know. I don't know who the enforcement officer
It's
is.
in the current, like, we have an
It is.
existing one and it's in there.
Yeah, but it's not being enforced. I mean, we got the list of dogs. Do we want it enforced?
Well, probably, but should we have a new ordinance or an old ordinance to work under?
I sent an email to the board about, not to the board, to the packet a while ago, asking that question and saying, this is what it says in the current thing. So do we want to do anything with this? But it does depend upon the police and also looking at the, I mean, I don't know now if we have an animal control officer. I don't think we do unless it's just the police chief.
Is this a state licensing law?
Is it a what?
A state licensing law?
Oh.
The tags?
Yeah, you're supposed to have it.
So,
I think the tags are clear, but it's more, so.
they can be impounded, right? We have grounds for
believe so.
impounded
But who wants to
if
do
it's in violation
I
of
don't think the
state
police
licensing.
would enforce it. It's an ordinance. Why wouldn't they?
Well, is this something that should be automatically happening and we as a select board shouldn't have to be directing somebody to, like enforce the ordinance?
We could ask our town manager to ask our police department to enforce them.
I just don't know why we should have to ask to have that done if it's.
Now, I'm also noticed, should we hear from the town clerk too?
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead, Marcia.
Basically, I think what we have to think about is impoundment means an expense. And the expense has been borne, I think, by us normally. And there's no provision in the current regulation that we've got, ordinance that we've got, that allows for any recoupment of that expense. So if we enforce the impoundment, then we have to be prepared for the payment, right? And I think none of that's been fleshed out, which is why I think we need to have a new ordinance that is clear. And we also need to have, I don't think that our impoundment situation is straightened out, but Brendan can speak to that because we had something that was sent to the veterinary impoundment place, and that wasn't signed as far as I know. So I think there's a lot of unanswered questions.
Yeah, I think that was a sort of unique case where something was taken and it wasn't an official.
I think she is the impoundment, but Brennan can.
Yeah, well, yeah, they could tell us.
All right. Is there a question for Brennan before we move on to our town clerk?
Yeah, like where does that stand?
Okay.
In terms of under the current enforcement
So you're
policy.
talking about enforcement of a person who hasn't licensed the dog. We've had the list. It's not a very long list, thanks to town clerk. But the question is, what would the next step be? And I suppose, are we asking that in the context of if we pass this ordinance? Right?
Yeah, I think it's probably similar to the old one, but you don't have to impound the dog, but do you send them a bill? Say you owe $100 and get your dog licensed?
That's what's written.
Yeah.
Yes.
But, okay, is your question about the process about what happens as far as?
Are we
who
gonna
enforces it?
do anything? First of all, are we gonna do anything about it? And then secondly, okay, who's gonna do it? And thirdly, if it's an ordinance, and apparently there is one already in the books, I don't know why the select board has to get involved in having it enacted. It should be, if it's there, whoever it is should be just doing this.
Uh-huh. I don't know. Let's hear from our
Lily,
town clerk.
yeah.
Lily, would you like to?
I would,
speak to
yeah,
this?
I was gonna
I'm
say,
sorry,
you
Brennan, did you
defer to
want to
Lily.
speak?
I think there is a process here and it does have to go through the select board, but I'd like her to speak to it.
Okay, so Lily, are you
So-
willing to
Yeah,
enlighten us?
so the first year I was town clerk, I did what the statutes told me to do, which is bring a warrant before the select board listing the delinquent dogs, which after some grumbling, the select board signed and I handed off to the police chief. Now, that gives the police chief the ability to go out, track down those dogs, impound them, and euthanize them if he sees fit. Nobody wants this. My idea, and I have fulfilled my duties if I give you a list of those delinquent dogs. I don't think we need to actually do the warrant part, but I'll check the statutes. My idea in adding in a fine for these delinquent dogs after June 1st is that in reality, no one is going to go enforce impoundment or euthanization of people's pets in this town. But I feel like there also needs to be some sort of accountability, right? That the penalties that I'm allowed to levy according to state statute are $2 for neutered dogs or $4 for unneutered dogs. And plenty of people just don't even bother knowing that nothing is going to come of this. So my hope was that by saying, there's a $100 fine if you don't get your dog licensed by June 1st, maybe people would listen. In the very least, we can send them an invoice and they would have one more piece of mail from me saying, look, you missed deadline after deadline and mail after mail. And this is a state requirement.
Okay, follow up.
So part of what, a big thing, what it comes down to for me is if the dog is unlicensed, we don't know whether that dog has had its rabies vaccinations. And that's the public health issue, especially because we had someone bitten by a dog. We didn't know if it had been two people vaccinated. So that's why this bothers me, the idea that there could be an unvaccinated dog in town.
It could be.
And that's why
we need follow-up, right?
Yeah, and I think the idea of impoundment and destruction of animals is ridiculous, but to send a fine and then if you don't pay it, okay, now you're delinquent. But I don't think we're doing anything about these unlicensed dogs. That's what bothers me.
Okay.
I'll shut up.
Is there a chance to ask a follow-up question to Lily? I don't know how the protocol works.
Yeah, why don't you come up
Okay.
and ask your question of our town clerk?
Hi, Alexa Manning. Hi, Lily. Yeah, I think it also addresses one of the things Priscilla was talking about. It seems to me that the current, whether it's enforced or not, only relates to dogs who at one point were licensed and now have not renewed their license. Because my question is, if we're worried about things like rabies shots and stuff, if you have a dog and you live not right on Main Street and you're not likely to pass Lily on the street or something like that, and you live, off in the woods and you have your dog and your dog is on your property and runs around and does whatever your dog does forever, if that dog has never been licensed, then this doesn't fall under this at all, right? I hate to bring up an extra problem, but I mean, this seems like a legitimate possibility that if someone is not inclined to license their dog in general, why would they ever license their dog? Because now they're setting themselves up to the ability to get this $100 fine and all these letters from Lily. Just a thought that I have had a couple times about all of this.
Okay.
But there is a requirement in the town to license your dog if it's in town. It is a requirement.
Well, these are dogs we know are delinquent because Lily has a list.
Yeah.
Right, so we know they were licensed once and then their owners decided to ignore licensing them. But I would venture to guess that there are dogs in town who live within Norwich who've never been licensed.
Under the radar.
Yeah, they live on a farm, they live at someone's house, they live somewhere, they've never been licensed.
But there is a statute.
I don't
that
think
says
that's
you
what
have
we're
to.
discussing right now, though.
No, but there is a statute that says you have to do
You
this.
have to license, and we have rules at least in this, that they're pretty clear that the animal control officer is required to impound the animal.
Yes.
And that the
Yeah, no, that's my question really for Lily was just that we don't have any way of knowing about any dogs who, if they've never been licensed, right? They're just kind of under the radar dogs.
You know,
Correct?
Let's hear from Matt.
so when you get your dog, speaking from personal experience, when I got my new dog vaccinated for rabies, somehow that wound up at Lily's desk.
Oh, fantastic.
So I don't know if there's like a standardly followed protocol with all the vets in the area that they send in information to the appropriate town clerk. But so that's how Lily knew about my second dog.
All right, and I think Lily would like to speak again. Would you like to, your hand's still
Yeah,
up, so.
Can I, if I can
Yeah.
wade into this? So, technically, Alexa, it's my job to go door to door and make sure there are no unlicensed dogs in town. Frankly, you guys don't pay me enough to go to the outer reaches of Norwich and knock on people's doors and ask about their dogs. So, I mean, that's the town clerk is supposed to check for unlicensed dogs. And I think that was easy in a town when it was 100 people. I think it's a little more difficult when your town covers 47 square miles. But if you want me out of the office for a week running the roads of Norwich, I can do it.
Thank you.
We have a fine structure already in place. I know that there have been unlicensed dogs that the police have taken note of this year and have fined the owners. And that puts the dog on my radar, at which point they start getting letters from me saying, the police said you have an unlicensed dog and it needs to be licensed. But again, I don't have any ability to do any sort of enforcement, right? That falls on the animal control officer / chief Romei. Matt, in regards to your rabies certificate for your dog and its magical appearance on my desk, vets in New Hampshire are required to send their patients' rabies certificates to the town clerk of the town in which they reside. Some of the New Hampshire vets send them across the river to the Vermont town clerks, some of them don't. Vermont has not been willing to put the same sort of law in the books here, although I wish they would, because then I would have a much clearer picture of what dogs we have in town, thanks to River Road and Norwich Regional. But so far, I haven't been able to get that data.
Right, thank you.
And I'm done.
Okay. Any other questions or comments about the animal control ordinance? Version 9? Matt?
I have like one final say on on number 13, because I'd like this to be like neatly wrapped up. There were some concerns that some correspondences that we received that section 13 is both like opens us up to more liability than if we didn't have it, and also that it might put the people in town at odds with sort of our rec department. And I would like to point out that the value of section 13, first of all, section 13 was vetted by our town council and approved for its wording, and that we don't have any legal exposure. It was recommended because it gives us the flexibility as a select board to create rules and change rules versus putting it into the ordinance, which would be very inflexible. And I think that the flexibility of these rules is important because we'll need to change them if we find out that they don't work well. So the flexibility is a value of number 13. The other value of number 13 is that I made the foolish statement at one of these discussions to say that I think that the rec department should set the hours. And I think that everyone collectively gasped and cringed at that. And I think that that was a bad statement on my part, because I think that there is value to having the select board set these hours, because because it actually takes the onus off of the rec department. And so the value of section 13 is actually that it lets everybody kind of do their own thing and puts the onus on us to kind of be that neutral party which sets the rules. And so there's value to that. The other value of section 13 is that by putting the onus on the select board to adopt the rules, with the open meeting law requirements, what that means is that like we will have to warn that we are going to rethink about the rules. And so by warning it guarantees that that anyone in town can like weigh in on our rules. And if we didn't put that into section 13 or section 13 didn't exist, then the town or the rec department could just make up whatever rules they wanted and nobody would have any input in that. And so I just wanted to, point out that that sometimes that there has been talk about like, let's just adopt this without section 13. And I don't think that anyone has pointed out the value of section 13. It wasn't just kind of put in there willy-nilly. And we also put a lot of time into like crafting the final wording and including getting it vetted by council. So, at this point, I think that it is well cooked and ready for
Well baked, yep.
exception.
Okay. Any other comments? Eva?
One maybe brief one. I've noticed over past weeks that one of the comments that keeps coming up is that all other states or all other Upper Valley towns, all other towns are all have adopted the VLTC without this. And I can't find any evidence of that. I don't know where that came from, but I've checked all the different towns. Some of them are very difficult to find what their laws are. Plainfield did not adopt VLTC.
Plainfield, Vermont.
Yep. And their at-large means under control of the owner or another individual, either by leash, cord, chain, fence, or other means of physical restraint. There is no off-leash. They're not, at-large dogs are not permitted on any public premises except in an area designated by the select board. Hartford didn't adopt the VLTC model. Dogs are on leash in all public places. Stratford did adopt the VLTC, but following the VLCT provision of a model with guidance as to how to adapt and modify, which is how it's actually stated. They did adapt it and included some modifications, including a section 1314. They're different than us. And they include running at large, includes hunting without the owner. That's different. Thetford also adopted VLTC, but also with some modifications. So I don't think we're inconsistent with what other towns are doing at all. And in many ways, we are gentler on dog owners. So I think the provision is a good one. The rules are subject to change. It's not hard. And I think if there's difficulty or resistance, we can respond to that.
Nice. All right. Any further questions from the public? Or the select board? Ready for a motion? Who would like to move this?
I move to adopt the animal control ordinance as presented.
Second.
Okay. Let's have a vote. Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Kimo?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I'm yes. All right, over the fifth time. I think it's good. I think it's going to work well. So, thanks everybody who helped with this. And we'll move on. So now we have some spending requests. Number 7 is the town clerk spending request for a base for the scanner. Other questions about this? Go ahead, Priscilla.
It seems extremely straightforward, and I kind of don't know why we didn't do it at our last meeting, since it was apparently prepared in time, and then she could have had it by now.
Oh, actually, I see her, Lily's hand is up, so let's Would you like to speak, Lily?
Oh, no, I'll wait for a response to Priscilla's comment. And then yes.
Well, I mean, yes, let's do it. Why didn't we do it last week? That's all. It's not a big thing, but just like, why not? Okay.
Remind me what happened last week? Last time?
Well, I think, I sort of forget, we approved another item, I think, for the town clerk, but it didn't include this base. So, Lee, did you want to say something else or not?
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to give you any background you would like on this. The scanner base that is made by the scanner company costs like another $20,000, which is not going to happen. But in having it on a very wobbly table for a long time, it became clear that it would be great to have some sort of ability to move it up and down, depending on whether we wanted to be seated or standing while scanning, and just get a table that's definitely rated for the 300 pounds that thing weighs. And this was one of the few mechanical tables that could raise and lower and hold that amount of weight.
Like it's very versatile.
I did have one question.
Yes, go ahead.
I didn't see casters on it. I assume you want casters so you can move it. No?
No, I really don't want to
Okay.
move that thing. Once it's in place, it's set.
Well, you shouldn't get casters.
Just thought that one through, I think.
It was a 5-person job to move it from one side of my office to the other, because it can't be tipped. And, you know, thank you to everybody who helped me with that one. And it's going to have to happen again when we put it on its new table. So it's a very delicate beast and it needs to be moved, not at all.
May I move?
Yep.
To approve the expenditure of up to $2,500 from Fund 45, restoration and preservation for the purchase of an electrical adjustable height workstation.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, let's vote. Marcia? How do you vote? You vote?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, got your table order. Thank you, Lily. Our next spending request is for DPW winter sand screener.
Well, the Main Street Flag Fund?
Oh, I'm sorry, I skipped the flag fund, yes.
Poor Emily.
I'm sorry. Emily, would you like to want to speak about flags? or-
Sure.
Okay.
Thanks for hearing it. So it's a learning process of how to acquire and use the money. So obviously new to town 6 years ago, joining Legion. Okay, how do we get these new flags? And you know, it's the old guard that says, oh, well, the town has money for it. Great. How do we access that money? So the first year that I bought the flags was 2 years ago. And the way that we did it was I got approval from the town to say, yes, you can buy, you know, under line 37 had $500 in it. So I spent under that. I sent in my receipt and I received a reimbursement. Perfect. Again, this year, hey, Miranda, I'd like to do this again. We need new flags. They're, you know, they're fading, they're ripping. We need new flags. Sure. We have, you know, $526 in the account. Great. So same format. Learning process. No, let's not do it this way. I should not be purchasing it. It should be from the town. Much easier. So the reason I'm here today is because I purchased them personally and I'm just submitting my receipt to the town to say, these flags are in budget with line item number 37 and just like reimbursement for that. So that's why I'm here. So please let me know if you have questions.
Just like to say thank you for thinking of the flags.
Sure, it's
and for setting
my
them up.
son's favorite job of the season is just those flags up there.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to say, I come down Turnpike and take a right onto Main Street.
Yeah.
And when I come around that corner, the first time when you put up the flags, especially when they're new, it's awesome.
Yeah.
And when it's sunny and beautiful out, so it is super appreciated.
Thank you.
And
it's super-
I'm also glad that the town finance department has like streamlined this process. Because they just go on to Amazon now and they, you know, hit the button and it works out great.
Great. Great. Thank you.
I move to approve the expenditure. of $489.89 from Fund 37 Main Street Flags for the purchase of US flags. For a second?
Second. Oh,
We
you
got that
take
one.
it.
We'll take care of Callaway in that one. All right, let's do our voting. So Marcia,
Yes.
Kimo,
Yes.
Priscilla? Yes. Matt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, now we'll move on to the DPW. And here, thanks, Emily. Chris, is Chris on tonight, Brennan? Or- I
No,
don't know
Chris
if
is
the-
not on. I told him I thought this was fairly straightforward. So
simple.
he did prepare a
Yes.
nice memo for the board, kind of explaining the need for this piece of equipment. And we have budgeted funds for this in place. So I guess we're just simply looking for the authorization to spend out of the designated fund.
Okay, are there questions or discussion about the screen?
I've looked at the old one.
Ooh, oh,
It's brutal.
how is it? I bet it's.
Well, I'd love to see it replaced. So,
Yeah.
it's
Ready to be.
it's tough.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, pretty
It's
beat
been
up.
there for a long time, I think.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
sell it to Bedford.
Oh,
I was kidding.
okay.
Chris puts together a really nice package.
He
I
really
think
does.
he's very
Explains
thorough,
it.
very thorough
Yes.
with, showing us the alternatives and why he needs it. It's all there and I appreciate that.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, well, in that case, does someone want to move this request?
I move to approve the expenditure of $24,550 from Fund 7 DPW Equipment Reserve for the purchase of a new winter sand screener.
Is there a second?
I'll say, well, Matt, you can get this one.
Second.
Okay. And let's vote. Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Kimo?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Okay, so that's our spending requests. Now, our next item is a response to the Finance Committee, who had some questions. You want to come up, Stephen? Sure.
Stephen Hepburn, Finance Committee Chair.
Okay, so I believe you had a memo to the select board, and part of it was the rules of procedure for the Finance Committee.
Yes.
And the other one was about the structure of the committee.
Yes.
Whether or not the treasurer should be a voting, non-official, ex officio member. So those are the two items we can talk about. The procedural ones to me are a little easier to talk about because they're, simpler. So I had written a memo and with just little things, like instead of saying I motion to, I move to. If you need to change something in a motion, you can do a friendly amendment, but that's, if you have a motion and a second, both people have to agree to change it. So there's that. And then at our last meeting, we eliminated the committee reporting. So that doesn't have to be part of it anymore. So that cleared that out, I think. Did anyone else want to comment on the rules of procedure? Or add? Yes, go ahead, Marcia.
I have a lot of problems with the document. I think that, we gave the committee a charge, we decided on membership, and it's not within the committee jurisdiction to change their purpose or reword it. I'm also concerned about anything that tries to explain or define statutory requirements like the open meeting law. So you've got a lot in there that is really statutory, and I think it should just go. I don't think you have any need for rules of procedure. Similarly, I think forums and voting, that shouldn't need an explanation. And the ethics section is simply lacking and out of date. The state came up with municipal rules this year. And so to the extent that they've passed a conflict of interest policy, that they've done this, our conflict of interest policy has to be looked at again because it's woefully out of date. And so I think citing to it is wrong on many levels, but it misses the state statute. And I guess basically, I think the second paragraph doesn't even make clear that we don't, as a select board, want the committee to be questioning staff about things. Where, the idea was that we were going to give through the chair, through this board, and it could be memorialized in a writing from the chair if that's necessary, to say what we want to be done and how we want it to be done, which doesn't mean that you can't say, we would like to do X, Y, or Z in that process. But we want to avoid at all costs offices being interfered with, and that, basically we have a history of a lot of friction, which loses productivity and causes staff turnover. So this committee should help us, not hurt us. But basically, I think the rules of procedure, I wouldn't do anything with. And if I can just continue.
Could you, Martha, could you clarify, when you're talking about the second paragraph, which document and paragraph are you referring to?
Their rules of procedure.
So I'm seeing a statement and 2 bullet points and a paragraph.
Yeah.
But it's the one after that?
It's the one.
What is it? How does it start?
It's a procedure. Oh, sorry. It's the rules of procedure document that's on page 43 of the packet, and it's starts requests for recommendations and research, etc.
Okay.
So, I mean, basically, I think we've made it as clear as it can be, and you shouldn't be reading the law in ways that are appropriate. The handbook is out there, the select board handbook. I'm hoping that that's going to be something that's a resource for everybody, so that your rules of procedure and the questions that you have can lots of times be answered there, because you can look up the law. And I have more to say about the ex officio member, but we're not there yet.
Well, yeah, we're trying to just discuss the rules of procedure first. Well, let's get other people's perspective on these rules of procedure. Kimo?
I'm trying to catch up here. We defined the charge. And now you're coming back with rules of procedure, is that correct? And asking us.
And the question about the charge, but we're trying to deal with one thing at a time.
So speaking of the rules of procedure, I tried to follow what you were saying and found it maybe too fast to know what I would do if I were in your position now. What are you recommending they do with what they presented to us?
I don't know why they need rules of procedure.
So you're saying
At all.
scrap it?
The
Okay,
whole thing.
but okay.
Okay, is there anything that can be salvaged from this? I mean, it seems like a sort of purposeful thing to come to us and say, here's how we'd like to proceed. And we're saying, no, don't do that. Don't do anything.
I think we gave them a charge, so that's their purpose, number one. Number two is membership and terms. That's what we decide. Number three is officers and duties. Well, I guess they can make up officers if they want them. Meetings, that's basically, that's crystallized in open meeting law. So that shouldn't be in there. Quorum and voting, I mean, I think everybody can figure out what a quorum is. Basic decision-making process. That sounds to me like a little bit of Robert's Rules of Order, which we don't have to follow as it is. Ethics and conduct, that's taken out of our ballpark by the state. Minutes and records, again, open meeting law. Reporting to the select board doesn't exist anymore. We abrogated that. And amendments. I mean, if we don't have rules, they don't need to have amendments. I don't know if we have other groups that have rules of procedure like this, and I'm not sure why this group needs it.
I could imagine, maybe I should ask you to explain why you need rules of procedure, but I can imagine a simplified set that doesn't require members of the committee to go and look at the different laws might be handy. Here's a shortened thing, like we all agree to this. The rest, I mean, yes, there's state statute and there's things on the town website, but I think expecting a group of volunteers who aren't focused on procedure to expect them to go out and look for all the different laws that apply rather than just doing their business. It might be handy to have a shortened set of, maybe not. Yeah.
Okay, and then, okay, I do, all right, and then I want to hear from Priscilla.
Basically, you never want to get into a situation where you're paraphrasing the law, right?
Yeah.
And you don't want to be in the position as a board approving a group paraphrasing the law.
But not all of this is paraphrases law. Some of it seems okay and some of it isn't.
I don't think it's okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let's hear from Priscilla.
I think this is really harsh.
Which is harsh?
The way we've reacted to these rules of procedure. We have a group of incredibly talented, knowledgeable people who have volunteered to do something to help the town. Obviously, at one point, we thought we wanted a finance committee. I think the way we're treating them suggests that actually we don't. I don't think we've been gracious. For people who've never served a town before, there's no kind of orientation. There's no, here's how, and if you're not used to doing this kind of stuff, it's like I could completely understand why you would want to just kind of say, this is how meetings have to be run and discover things that, we didn't have a quorum the last meeting, so we could have but we had a conversation. And a lot of it was just stuff like, how you post minutes and agendas. And I realized we have no orientation. We don't help people who I'm not sure anybody in this group has ever volunteered in this town before. And I think we've been really unkind and ungracious and acting as though we'd rather they went away at this point. And I mind that. I think that's really a terrible thing to do to people who step forward and want to be helpful.
Okay, Matt, do you want to weigh in? You could be, you might
Yes,
not.
yeah, no, I'm trying to digest all the thoughts that have come before me because I wanted to give them the respect that they deserve. I guess some initial thoughts when I read through this was, I think it's been voiced already, is like, what's the difference between the charge that we debated and gave to the finance committee and the purpose that you've outlined here? And are they different, or are you redefining your charge through defining a purpose? I also read through this thinking that a lot of it, the rules and procedures that you provided us with, that I kind of thought that a lot of it was already covered in the handbook that we were kind of going through fine tooth, like really combing through right now. And so like, I appreciated the effort, and I guess I also appreciate kind of like the streamlined version of it, but also if it diverts from the handbook, there's both redundancy and perhaps, redefining stuff that we're putting a lot of time into defining. With what Priscilla has said is dealing a lot more with gratitude. And I would be on board with that like members of the public, members of our community who want to jump in and help out. Like, I seriously appreciate that. I'm thrilled to see you in person and put a name to the face. And I appreciate that you all are volunteering your time to help out, to do that, to do the work where we, have a specific topic and we might not have the experience nor the time to like research it. I feel confident that, with all the people that we reviewed and put onto the finance committee, like it seems like a lot of heavy hitters, and that's really great. So, and there are, I think, a lot of questions that we had about, how can the finance committee work and how does it work in other places? And how does it work with the Dresden and all those other places in addition to our budget? Those are my general thoughts here. I would also just like to put out there, and I think this was voiced maybe last time that we talked about this, is that like the last time we had a finance committee, it did not end well. And so I think that like to like name sort of that concern is important. And so I think that we're all kind of trying to tread carefully. And as a new member on the select board, and understanding that the select board has a primary fiduciary responsibility to the town, and to create and vet and approve the budget or not approve the budget that the TM and his department heads bring to us. I'm really looking forward to that process, but like I haven't gone through it yet on this side of the board, on like this side of the board. And I'm hesitant. If I could wave a magic wand, I'd rather go through that process once as a board first and identify like the issues that I'd like to change and the questions that I'd like answered, and then kind of call in the cabinet. Then I think I could make more informed requests of a finance committee about how this item could be fleshed out, or that item could be fleshed out, or explore how we could I already have actually a lot of questions that I would point towards the finance committee, but I also am concerned about biting off more than we can chew. Like I would rather focus on like getting through a whole budget season with Chemo and I being new, and then being able to say, this would be great. Like explore how do we set up a budget where we're really not filling these like positions for like 3 years in a row, and we wind up having, a serious money left over. Is there any way we can get around that? Like there are a lot of questions that I have, but like I can only do so much at one time. So long-winded way of saying.
Thank you. I'd like to weigh in a little bit too, that I appreciate what Priscilla said about orientation, because we don't really have a way, especially with people who haven't served before, to, in a simple form, a crib sheet, a sort of basic outline, orient people to what needs to be done. So I'm sympathetic to the rules of procedure. Don't we have rules of procedure also? Right? So, I mean, and part of that is so that our meetings are consistent, and things like people being allowed to speak for 3 minutes and so forth. So we have them as well. So I don't know. I kind of see no harm in it, but maybe it doesn't need to be in the handbook. Marcia?
We also put an FAQ sort of for that purpose, for like an orientation for folks in the handbook.
That's true, but I think what's nice about this, it's a thought process. It's like, what do we really need to know when we're meeting? What is our authority? What is the procedure to make a motion and second it? And what are our, how do we do the minutes? You have to kind of have the whole scheme in your mind before you can even start. So I do think this, it may not be perfect, but I can see that it's helpful. I mean, even as a thought process, even if it was just verbal within the committee. So I mean, it doesn't have to be a be all or end all.
I think it's probably unusual to have a committee where everybody coming in is brand new.
Yeah.
And unfamiliar with like town government.
Right.
I mean, I can't imagine trying to figure out how to operate if under those circumstances. And so, I mean, I think a lot of thought went into this to try and figure out how do we conduct ourselves? How do we relate to other boards and committees? And I mean, I'm still trying to figure out how we as a select board relate to a whole lot of things in town. And, you know, I have the benefit of people with a lot of experience around me, and I've been doing this for 2.5 years now. So I'm 100% sympathetic and actually supportive of what the finance committee has been trying to do here.
Okay, Marcia? So I think they're not all new. There's an ex officio member who's been here at least 16 years in the treasurer's position. So I think, you know, to the extent that an ex officio member can help guide, then there's your institutional memory. But I think it's very important not to be seen to be encouraging people to paraphrase the law.
But is that, yeah, okay. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, yeah.
I don't disagree with you at all. As I look through it, I don't see that happening from my perspective. And what we've given them, you know, we've given them a committee charge of 1 paragraph and no other directions. And now we expect them to go through the 200 pages to find where the rules are, how to act.
Operating procedure.
Well, but we haven't told them where to look. Where would we tell them where to look?
Well, I think when we, Mary, can I?
Yes, go ahead.
I think when we approve our handbook, if we do approve it, that's when we roll it out and say to committees, this is where you should look in general to learn how to operate in this book. In addition to having a section that's per page, these things are there to help you so that you have this information.
They don't have that yet.
No, they don't, but we also said in our charge, we're going to tell you what we want you to do when we want you to do it. And they're trying to operate now, and I can see their frustration. I really appreciate it. They're trying to get up and running, but they have nothing to do yet because we haven't given them anything to do.
Well, surely they could get together and talk about how things work, set up some scenarios that might be coming up, discuss what's happened in the past.
They're allowed to propose things too. So why wouldn't they want to get together and know how to operate and propose something?
They certainly can. Nothing's stopping them getting together. I'm just saying that we haven't said to them, we want you to do this yet. So I've said what I've said. If you're asking for an approval for this thing, I certainly couldn't.
Yeah, you would not support it. No, it sounds like Priscilla and I would, and I don't know, what do you, Chemo and.
Mary, may I, before you
Yes,
come
please.
towards voting?
Okay.
I just wanted to address a few of the points that came out from here. I think initially to Chemo's point, actually, sorry, Marcia, to your first point, we're not intending or trying to rewrite the charge here or paraphrase and supersede the law. And if there's anything that could be added to say this does not supersede any of that, I think that would be wonderful. What we did try to do was we took the charge, we took the previous charge, we took the discussion that Christy was here for with you folks, and we recognized a lot of the concerns, and then we tried to synthesize that along with all of the documents that are currently live on the town website. And so that's why we had the reporting in, and we were referencing the reporting policy. That's now not a thing. I expect we would update this and we would reissue it. Everything else that we reference in there, mostly everything else that we reference in there are current live documents on the town website that, as far as I understand, are in place and have been approved by a select board at some point. We did try to call some extra attention to the open meeting law because we know that that's been an area of consternation in the past. So we wanted to lay out at a minimum, this is what we should do. And then to Chemo's point, what we were trying to do was basically give a document about how we're going to self-organize and how we're going to operate. And the last meeting that didn't have a quorum that we didn't have, but we had a discussion with Priscilla and others, there's a couple of things that came out of that I would expect we would add into this document as well, such as the chair has to request for the front door to be left open if you're having the meeting in here so that there's public access from that side and not just this side and this side only if the fencing club is in. So like that's something that we learned last week that I would add to that. And it's just that take note, somebody in the committee has to do that.
That's what I mean by unwelcoming, you know, you come in the building's locked. Oh.
And so that was our attempt on this. So it was to self-organize and to summarize what we believe we're working under, both from the select board advice, but also the other stuff that is on the website and live and active. The other part of it, and to your point, Marcia, about what we can and we can't do. So we have been getting together, we have been self-organizing, we have been starting to look at what we could look at to prep ourselves. But what we tried to do, again, in the rules of procedure and in my email, was to make it clear that several select board meetings ago, when we said, this is how we might like to operate, and we heard the feedback of, you don't want us to discuss with department heads, you don't want us to discuss with the town manager, we should come through the select board. And then we had a lot of discussions about things we may look into or we may be asked to look into. But at that point, there was lots of discussions. Some of the discussions were then discussed in the opposite side to say, no, they shouldn't do that. I think Brennan, as the town manager, said, oh, that question should go to the finance. So yeah, there was a lot of discussions, but we're feeling like we don't have anything to do right now, to your point, Marcia. And that's why in the rules of procedure, we said that we would like something official to come out of the select board, either by way of an affirmative vote or something from the chair saying, please look at this and give us the results in this format, in this timeline. Because we did also hear a lot of things about what not to do. We don't want to have a report at the end of the budgeting cycle that denigrates the budget, which is fine. We understand the reasons for that, but then what do we want to do? And that was why we put into the rules of procedure, and we wanted to share with you to say, we would like either an affirmative, please go do this and have the results in this way by this time, or we can come and suggest to you and say, we would like to look into this in this way and give you these results, and you can say yes or no. So I just wanted to share that on the thought process behind it, the fact that we're not trying to supersede or change anything. And the reason that it came about.
Right. Kimo, you have a comment?
Well, I don't see if I were in your position, I would write something like this so that we had just general agreement about how we're going to operate. It just makes sense to me. We haven't provided the larger document. And that larger document it's a lot to take in.
Yeah, but a lot of it is sort of about different offices, right? And the sort of bare bones structure isn't that big.
But they don't have that yet.
Nope.
So that doesn't exist. So in the face of, but they're meeting now, they want to go forward.
They need to be oriented.
I'm kind of in favor of this. However, I think it might be worth asking you to go back and see if there are any conflicts that might be removed and get it down to bare bones.
Simplify that.
And if that's possible.
Marsha?
I'd rather see, like you said, if you're referencing documents that are on the town website, I mean, they're not always current. I think it's getting better, but I would rather see you reference those documents, you know.
That's what we do throughout it, except for the open meeting law.
Well, I mean, like a link, here it is, right?
Okay. We can add links. I guess my aversion to links was quite often it's printed out and not clickable, etc. But happy to add links where appropriate.
I just think you don't, you know, from experience in life, I realized that if you tell people your version of something, you very often miss it, right? So it's better to say, here's the law, right? Then if somebody has a question about the law, you take that in an appropriate direction. But it's always dangerous if you start saying, this is how I understand the law.
So I guess a couple of, if you don't mind, a couple of responses to that. So again, one of the reasons why we tried to simplify it, and I think Mary, one of your comments was in our how we operate, that we could potentially reference Robert's Rules of Order. That's an 800-page book that we're then asking 5 volunteers to read, digest, understand, operate under, and sometimes weaponize. I've seen that happen in other committees. And so therefore, I was aiming to just give this is how we do it. When it comes to the things that reference something that are more legal or that have been approved by the board, I'm happy, and what I welcome and what I was ideally looking for was that type of feedback. And if we say that these are the 3 things that we're going to do at a minimum to meet our open meeting law regulations, ideally, I would like to hear you've missed number 4 or you need to amend number 2, because otherwise, if it's put them aside and again, every member of the committee then has to go to the VSAs, read them, digest them, understand them, follow them, and people can come to different conclusions and different opinions. That was the reason why I was trying to synthesize and simplify this for a volunteer committee.
Robert's Rules has a nice short version.
Is that only 400 pages?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 1 page.
Is a 1 page versus a 400 page?
I found it. It was cool.
Well, maybe the finance committee would like to see that, but I think this is fine. Like, I don't feel like canceling it or, you know. I really do. And especially it's a lot of new people. Like, we sort of tend to have committees with standing members, and we had a former minister that we had call it yoking. Like you're an ox, like you're yoked to the experienced ox, so then you learn what to do.
Yeah.
You know, and I think I would suspect a lot of our experience in town is like that. You sort of learn as you go, but if everybody's new, they've got to have a framework or it's not going to happen.
Do we need to approve this?
No, I don't think so.
I mean, you can use.
So we have adopted it within the committee, and then we were presenting it for any feedback, and then we are free to amend it or rescind it based on direction or our own decisions. Yeah.
So you're really asking us to review it, not necessarily approve it.
Correct. However, if there's a disapproval of it, we're your committee, and we will take that on board. And I do think that when the handbook is approved, I would expect that a lot of that would be revised again and would refer to the handbook more than anything else.
No.
Assuming that the other policies were also either rescinded or taken down from the website if they were no longer current.
Okay.
All right, are we, oops, Marcia?
I was just going to suggest that at a minimum, you should review based on the stuff that's wrong in here, right? The ethics, stuff like that. Look carefully at, I would just, I'm not in favor of it, but there's some stuff that is wrong. And so I would get rid of that. And I would say that this board should not approve it. And as you say, if people want to try and capture stuff and do it, we're not micromanaging committees to the extent that we say you have to put the gavel down now.
Right.
But I want to be careful about what we're saying is okay.
So that, I think that, would you say the main section that might need updating is number 7, ethics and conduct?
Well,
because a lot of this other stuff is the quorum, it's the minutes, the meetings.
Oh, pretty straight.
Yeah, to me, that's the only spot where I think we'll maybe rethink that.
I would just cite, I mean, at a minimum, cite to where it says meetings and, yeah, probably, and where did you have minutes?
Minutes is at the end, 8 minutes.
Wherever it refers to something that's talking about the open meeting law, I think you need to cite to the open meeting law. And then if you feel the need to paraphrase it, but I'm not comfortable with that.
Sorry, after.
Okay, well, I think we should drop this. We've given feedback. We don't want to micromanage.
Yeah, I think, final question for me, and it's related on this. So the part of the rules of procedure where either we are assigned a task, I think in one of the previous meetings, it was homework, it was described as, or we provide one and we get an affirmative yes. I just want to make sure that we're clear that at the moment we have not been provided with anything, and therefore anything that we can be doing right now is simply prep. And I just want to make sure that that's where you as a select board are expecting us to be right now.
So when you say prep, what is that?
What we were planning on doing last week was look at the FY25 budget and the actuals to date. And now we have the unaudited, like, end of year.
To get a base, a knowledge and publish the town report, or, you know.
Correct. So we have things like that we can look at, and it's basically looking at publicly available documents. There's probably a step further than that we may come around as a request for you to ask for those documents to be made available to us in Excel format, because it's easier to review. And I was told by Miranda that they're not publicly in Excel format. So even when we're doing prep like that, we may have some requests which we would come through you to ask for. But other than that, as it comes to the budget cycle that's coming up, or anything else, that there's nothing that's been delegated, so to speak, to the finance committee to do. So it's prep work.
Okay, thank you for doing prep work.
Yeah.
At least it's a start.
So what, I mean,
Being ready.
one of the things we talked about last time was for the finance committee to also investigate sort of how best practices finance committees work in other towns, sort of similar to Norwich. And I think I'm looking at this document differently now. And I do see it as a game plan, like a kind of a bullet point, how you can operate within the committee. And what I did like a lot about it was that you defined sort of how we would ask you to investigate something, and I think we should take them, we should soon take them up with that suggestion or offer, and provide a memo to them, asking them to see how it works, best practices in other towns, or how does it work with the different school budgets. And because I think those are open questions for us.
Yeah, if I may, and to that point, so we have done some of that ourselves. We have talked about that ourselves, but we haven't been asked by the select board to then present it back. So
yeah,
if you want to ask me now, I can give you my individual opinion on what I've looked at and what I've seen, or there can be the request to the finance committee. We can do it collectively. We can get a collective response and give it back to you.
You want the encapsulated version, Matt, or do you want to wait for more of a unpacking by the finance committee? Or
I think in regards to the open meeting law, I think that we're kind of getting off topic right now.
That's true.
And but I would like to hear I would like to hear that, so we could even, verbally requested for next time or something like that.
Right. Well, I think select board will have to kind of define an agenda item that deals with this question, and we might have to really think about it and bat it around.
Okay.
I also have observed, I think it is, to my mind, I don't really work with financial documents that much, but when I've observed others using them, using Excel seems like a much easier way to analyze information. But we have this, I think, archaic database, the NEMRIC. And so converting from the NEMRIC to Excel, I think does take time, and that there might be some friction there with the finance department being either, turn over the raw data and you guys would convert it, or they'd have to take time to do it. And I think that unfortunately will be a source of some friction. So.
If you may, Mary, and exactly these types of questions, it would be great to have guidance on how to work through them, because on that point specifically, the budgets that are available with some of the actuals in the town report, to my eyes, look like they are in Excel.
When they're produced for the town report, that's how the format looks like Excel is what you're saying?
Yes, but that doesn't have the FY25 actuals or actuals to date or end of year unaudited. But those figures are available in the select board packet tonight.
Yeah.
And so even if we had that one Excel and we had access to the other information, we can transpose it in and it gives us everything that we want to look at. So when it comes to things like that, I want to give due respect and deference to what, like I said, we heard from the select board previously. I asked Miranda if Excel was available publicly and I was told no. So then my next step was planning to put it to you folks to then either request it or allow me to request it or something like that. So yeah, these types of things would be great to be able to get worked out, but ideally get worked out more quickly than we have a finance committee meeting followed by 4 weeks later, a select board discussion followed by, and going back to the very original thing about being able to interact and ask questions of the town officials. These are the types of things that I think at a very basic level, we are not doing to respect the request of the select board, but it does slow down those processes. And I just wanted to make that clear.
Right. Russia, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I appreciate what Matt said about having the opportunity for he and Chemo, who've never been through this, to sort of muddle through it in the first instance. And so I'm interested in how that would work, because we need to start early. I think if we're going to do the muddling and then make questions for them, right? We have to start earlier than we started before. And I also appreciate what you said, Mary, about the data. Having worked with gargantuan buckets of data in huge systems, I know that you have to know the data and how it's plugged in to make sense of it. So I think that it's problematic for anybody who doesn't actually know the data to try and make sense of things that is given in a bucket. I think as we decide how we want to go through this, we should be saying to you guys simultaneously, right, we're doing this. What do you think you need in terms of research data, right? And then ask us, because it might be possible, like if all you're saying is what you see in the packet tonight would be helpful if it was in an Excel spreadsheet. I mean, maybe that's something that a clever person can just take from a PDF and put it into, make it a delineated Excel spreadsheet. Right? And that's public data already. So I think maybe we decide how we move carefully in tandem so that you guys get to learn the process and figure out what you need to know. And, you know, the rest of us have been through it a few times. And so we're more familiar with what we think needs to be known. And between those two, we can then talk to these guys and say, what is it that you think you need for more information than you're seeing here? Or is that enough? Or, you know, but I think we have to start having those discussions earlier than later. So maybe just, I think budget in general should be on our agenda at least by September.
Well, we will be mostly focusing on budget by the time we get to fall. And we've been trying to get a few other things like animal control ordinance done, you know, when there's a little time and space to do that. So maybe it'll come up, you know, a little more regularly. Do we want to talk about the charge and the treasurer's role next or now. So the Finance Committee is concerned that the treasurer's ex officio role does not include voting rights. Do you want to revisit that?
I'd like to.
I'd like to.
Okay. Do you want to speak to that?
Yeah, when we had a vote on that, I did not understand what ex officio meant. And I probably misinterpreted, but I thought it meant that, well, of course, if you're ex officio, you just sort of sit there and you don't get a vote. I didn't realize that ex officio, you often do get a vote. And when I found out afterwards kind of what I'd done, I said, dang, I really wish I hadn't done that, because I don't think it was a good idea to take away the vote from the treasurer. And, you know, maybe part of the rationale was, well, you know, you have 5 people and then the treasurer makes 6. And so you don't have an uneven number. Well, I don't know, maybe we need to try to find another finance committee member, although the way we've been treating them so far, I don't know why I'd want to join them. But I think we should give the ex officio officer back the voting rights.
Okay. Kimo?
I agree with that, unless the compelling reason could be, the reason, as I remember, like you, I guess, was that we eliminated one spot on the Finance Committee, which made it an even number. But many of the committees are allowed to have even numbers. They could have 5 to 9 or 7 to.
And odd numbers.
Well, yeah,
So you don't get tied votes.
but they're not required to have a number. The wording is they can have a range of numbers, and sometimes they're going to have an even number. And for this particular type of activity, having an even number doesn't strike me as getting in anybody's way in a powerful way. I mean, they're an advisory committee. They're going to make recommendations. They're going to vote on things. If the vote is even, what are the consequences? Well, maybe there's more discussion to see if you can swing somebody. But a tie vote doesn't.
Is a failed vote. It is a failed vote, a tied vote.
I vote is a failed vote.
Yeah, so you do it again. In my experience with other boards and ex officios always had a vote. So unless there's a compelling reason other than the number of people voting, I think I'd let you know almost immediately after the meeting that I realized I was uncomfortable with it. But maybe there's another compelling reason. If that's the only reason we're taking the vote away, then I would vote to bring the vote back.
Okay. Marcia?
I had served as an ex officio committee member with non-voting powers. It definitely exists in both federal and state arenas and Vermont state. I'm mindful of the prohibitions of incompatible offices, 17 VSA 2647. The select board, through their employee, are responsible for putting forth a budget for the town vote. And select board members may not be town treasurers or some other things. Indeed, there's a specific exception in that statute which says that if a school district prepares and reports its budget independently from the budget of the town, a school director shall be eligible to hold office. Shall be eligible to hold office as town treasurer or assistant town treasurer. So the exception is for schools, not for towns. And so I read that statute to tell us that treasurers and assistant treasurers and some other people that they name should not be making decisions about the budget, even on an advisory basis. I'm also mindful that the treasurer here in Norwich is also an employee of the town by, I'm losing my voice, virtue of now receiving a wage for performing lister services. This means that the town budget now is going to directly affect them and their pocketbook. Under the new municipal code of ethics, municipal officers have a duty to avoid conflicts of interest and quote, shall avoid any conflict or interest or the appearance of a conflict of interest, and they shall immediately recuse themselves from the matter. So I think all of those things cut towards being very careful that the position of treasurer on that committee is simply ex officio and is not voting because it's getting too close to the incompatibility of offices. And under the code of ethics, it looks like it smells bad.
Okay, can we hear, Matt, do you want to weigh in before we go back and forth, or?
I think I'm on the fence on this, and I think that what Marcia just outlined, I was leaning towards it probably can't do much harm, like to have the treasurer be a voting member, an ex officio voting member in this situation because it's an advisory body, and so, it just, I guess, further reinforces their advice when they vote on certain stuff. But I think that after listening to Marcia, I'm more concerned about the complicatedness of it. And so
You're still thinking it over.
Yeah, I'm still really thinking it over. It seems, more complicated than I was thinking about.
Okay, Kimo?
We're talking about reversing a vote during which none of this was brought up. The reason that we voted to remove the ex officio members' right to vote was simply because of the numbers. So this is new information. It was not part of that vote.
I don't remember the numbers business being part of the vote.
That was the only reason that we said, well, we've removed one member. Now we have six, or now we have 6. So we need to make a non-voting member. And that's what we did.
Okay,
There was
so
no other argument.
So now we're talking about different things. So what's your point?
My point is that we voted on something and we're talking about whether that vote gets rescinded or not.
We can always rescind it if 3 people agree.
And if it is rescinded and there's a new, we can have a new vote that's based on something else. But the vote we made was based on that one thing. So I think now we're adding on to something that was not part of the original argument. So I think the question is, was that original argument valid?
Well, it may have been valid, but now we have other information to add to making the decision. So I'm fine.
I mean, what would you do if you found out something was against the law? Would you say, oh, we already made that decision and it wasn't considered?
Well, there can always be more information when you make a decision, right? That's why you're allowed to rescind it. If you have a new information that seems to make more sense to do it a different way, you can do that. I will say I tend more towards Marcia's point of view to be a little bit cautious about this. So I would probably not advocate for having the treasurer having a vote. Go ahead, Priscilla.
I don't see how it hurts for the treasurer to have a vote because it's an advisory committee. It isn't creating the budget. It is assisting us if we have questions about how we understand the budget or other things we want to ask about. And let's remember that the treasurer is an elected official. So, I mean, I feel that I misunderstood because I somehow got the impression that ex officio kind of meant you weren't supposed to have a vote, which turns out to be not necessarily the case. And so I feel as though I voted under a misapprehension and I regret that.
Okay.
I would like to rescind my vote.
Certainly revisit it. Anyone else want to chime in? Oops. Cheryl, would you like to come up?
Yeah. I don't feel like you have to move stuff.
Sorry, I didn't see you.
Snuck in behind you, Cheryl Lindbergh. And yes, I am not an employee of the town. I'm an elected official of the town. So I'd like to correct the minutes to reflect my comment that I am not an employee of the town. An ex officio member is someone who is part of a group, like a board or committee, because of the position they hold in another organization or office. The term, derived from Latin, means from the office or by virtue of office. Essentially, they're on the board, not by election or appointment, but because of the job they already have. They join the group due to their existing role. Same rights and responsibilities. Generally, they have the same voting rights, access to information, and responsibilities as other members.
What's your source on that?
Google, Wikipedia, what you read.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean, what's the deal? I mean, ex officio, you want Funk and Wagnall? You want Webster? I mean, come on. It's a definition of ex officio. To the point, certain groups may limit that position from voting. It might be through bylaws or corporate policy. It is not the norm. It is an option based on an organizational structure. So I wish to offer you that. Pick your source. A university president serving as an ex officio member of the Board of Trustees, etc. It's not normal to exclude an ex officio member from voting on a committee.
It's not abnormal. It's done both ways.
Okay. And I mentioned that when I said certain groups will make that limitation, and I agree with that. The treasurer position should not be, whether it's me or anybody else, should not be removed from the voting of being at meetings. I mean, when you do make these types of decisions, you're putting that individual who wants to be involved at a lesser role, diminishing their importance, disrespecting their involvement, and it makes no sense. Where is the sense of collaboration and cooperation with these efforts that seem to continue to lessen other elected officials from partaking? I'll be done in 30 years. I will be done 30 years next Monday. I think I've done more good for this town than bad. And I think I can look at a budget pretty carefully and understand the importance of a budget from all aspects, not from a lister office aspect only, but from a taxation basis, et cetera. What makes sense to this town and the people as we listen to grievances day after day right now.
Quickly, or
Yeah, go ahead, Kimo, and I think Marcia has a comment too.
I understand what you're saying.
Thank you.
I have not made a decision here, but being on the committee and being able to speak to people with your position as treasurer, with knowledge that the rest of the committee doesn't have, makes you highly influential, whether you have a vote or not, presumably. You have the ability to convince, the ability to present information, the ability to make arguments that the rest of the committee will rely on to vote, whether you have a vote or not. So you're influential. That's not an issue here. You're not a member of the public coming up and going to a poll. You're engaged fully. I think my concern on the select board is that all of the information that you've just presented is new, and I have to wonder why, you've been on the select board a number of years, why hasn't this come up before? Why is it suddenly that we know all of this now? If this member of the board has had voting rights all this time, and suddenly we're saying they don't.
May I?
Go ahead, Marcia.
This is my 5th year. There was no finance committee operating at any point in my career. They've just resurfaced. And this issue wasn't being debated at the last meeting, and I didn't see any reason to bring up any of this But now it's being brought up as if it's an oddity. And so in reading through and looking at the incompatibility of offices, I think that's where we really have a problem. That, you know, to some extent, in our form of government, the treasurer is more of a functionary, signing checks and things like that, because we have a town manager and we have a finance office. So to some extent, there's a check and balance thing there, but that's about it. And what we need here is just, you know, we didn't have to say that the finance committee would have an ex officio treasurer. There's no, we're not following a statute about that. It was something that somebody came up with, maybe in Mary's previous, I don't know if you were on the board when that was invented, the finance committee, or maybe it's far, far older, but.
I think it's both far older and
yeah,
it did come up then.
So to some extent, it's an inherited thing. And we're seeing a resurgence of that committee that we approved for a reason to help, you know, the budget process, which since we did that, the state has changed the whole funding, or they're in the process for schools. And, you know, I think that the jury's out on lots of stuff. But the answer to your question is it didn't come up because it wasn't an issue. But now I think we have to look at it through that lens of, we don't want to be violating anything that is incompatibility of offices. We don't want to be violating something that's a conflict of interest, even if it just smells bad. And I don't see that there's a need for a vote because, as you eloquently said, there is an element of influence without even voting. So what we're looking for is some good advice. And if this committee doesn't want to take her advice, then they'll vote in a certain way. And if they do want to take it, they'll vote in that way. And I'll also just add that I was in charge of rules and regulations at a certain institution. And I sat,
Dartmouth, right?
yes, and I
Part of
sat,
Dartmouth.
I sat on committees and didn't vote, but people looked at me for what's the regulation on this? What's the rule on this?
Yeah, I had to, in my understanding of the finance committee history, there was when there was a town plan that was put together in 2006-07, you know, there was reference to the compilation of that group that did the planning, and it talked about members from the finance committee, from the select board, from the planning committee. So like there was definitely a finance committee then, and then I don't know whether that was the same committee that was also the one that kind of got dissolved somewhat recently.
I think that was.
Or whether there were two different finance committees kind of. And so my question is, in previous versions of the finance committees that have been in Norwich, has the treasurer been ex officio? And if so, you know, has the treasurer been a voting member? Just for the history, and maybe you know the history.
I can know the answer. Okay. I'll defer to Marcia, I mean, Mary, as to whether she must be answered.
Sure, come up and answer.
Okay. Virgil May could do a good job too. Finance Committee was comprised of 7 members in Norwich and 7 in Hanover, as I've mentioned sometimes in the past, to create the Dresden Finance Committee, which came together as a 14-member committee. So there was always 7 members. In the early days, there were 3 auditors elected, 3 finance committee members elected, and the elected treasurer that made up the 7-member Norwich Finance Committee. Over time, the statutes don't support electing finance committee members. So, and the auditors were
professional.
No, the elected auditors were voted away. So we don't have any left. So it became an appointed committee. And in that effort, the select board chose to continue the configuration of a 7-person committee, with the treasurer being a member of the committee. There has been language to the fact that the treasurer, at their choice, may serve on the committee. And sort of that was there. And then an evolution to ex officio member was part of the most recent configuration. Those that were members back when there was the group that you're referring to, the
had a
capital plan. Yeah, they had a great name. NORCAP. There you go. That was it. NORCAP. Yes, a couple finance committee members. That was a working, functioning finance committee with no issues with anybody. It was a group that worked. The one that went defunct recently was more recent, was not involved in that NORCAP at all. That disbanded as well and went away. And so the more recent committees have been functioning just as a finance committee, looking for a charge, looking for the work to do, thought they got a charge, thought they were responding to that request from the select board then, and were not listened to. And therefore got to a very frustrating point and resigned, most of them. There was a couple that didn't, and because I was treasurer and on the committee, I didn't resign from the finance committee because it was an automatic position at that time. So that's pretty much a quick version that hopefully answers your question. And we all voted. It was no, and there's no conflict at all in what I do. There's an attempt to make it sound like I have a conflict, but there isn't. Incompatible offices are identified by statute, and this is a committee, and so I would argue that.
Thank you, Cheryl. So, seems to me it would make, I mean, just logically, if you want to have somebody who knows a lot of something, it would be good to have the treasurer on a finance committee generally. And I think taking away the vote that the treasurer used to have is just very disrespectful. And I'm just sort of tired of the disrespect that gets dumped on our current treasurer. Okay. Any other thoughts or actions? What do you guys want to do?
I'd like to table this until the next meeting.
Oh, that's interesting. Think about it a little bit.
Well, I need to know more about what you're saying. I don't doubt anything you're saying. I just don't know enough about it to know what it means. And I'd like to know. I think I'd also love to know why having a vote is so important, given your knowledge base, your ability to communicate, your presence. I mean, you're an effective person on a committee. There's no question about that in my mind. Why is the vote important to the committee and to you individually? I mean, I can understand. I just want to understand. In your
question you want an answer to or not?
You want an answer tonight? Do you want to have?
Well, we could have an answer tonight if you're prepared, but.
If Cheryl's prepared to answer?
Or
comfortable answer?
Sure. Because you're the one who's asking.
Yes, on behalf of the entire committee, which I think the main point, I'm not going to speak on behalf of other members of the committee because this was a group vote and a group response to the select board. But to summarize the sentiments, I think is reasonable to share that the vote that we made to send that memo to the select board was done at a finance committee that Cheryl was meeting that Cheryl wasn't present on, and it was unanimous that we wanted to send that. So I'm not going to speak for specifics in it, and I think Cheryl covered a lot of it with what she said when we had discussed it. But yeah, Cheryl was involved in the vote to send it here, and it was unanimous by the members who were present.
And why, I think his question was, why did you feel like it was important, like, because this is just an advisory committee to begin with, why did you feel like it was important for the treasurer to have a vote versus just providing, all the information that would normally be provided without having a vote.
Yep.
And I'd like to also be really clear that like, I'm trying to get at this from the positions, right? I don't think that this should be a personal thing.
Right.
Because that for obvious reasons, like it is just, that's not a good way to go about, decisions. And so,
Just consider.
so I would say, like, I hope that I don't want this to be like when disrespect is thrown around and stuff like that. This topic I'm trying to suss out this as far as like a treasurer position and the treasurer being on the finance committee as a voting or non-voting member. It has nothing to do with you personally. I want to be clear about that.
Yeah, so to extend the answer, and I think it is covered in the memo. So the discussion we had as a finance committee was off of the back of the select board vote, which was focused on the odd or even number. We didn't think that an odd or even number was particularly relevant to the points that I think Kimo and others have pointed out. So given that the position on the committee historically had been a voting member, we didn't see any reason to change it. So we were a little bit confused by why the change was made. And Cheryl shared some of her opinions with the rest of the committee in writing. And then the memo that we sent over that basically summarized that historically it's been a voting position. The rationale that we understood at the time was odd or even, that we didn't necessarily understand or agree with. So we asked for the reconsideration.
Okay, so
Thanks.
You want to say something?
Yeah, I think that we can all try and understand this as much as we want, and we can all say whether it's a conflict of ethics or it isn't. I think this is something we should refer to council and have council opine about whether or not we are violating the statute of the incompatible offices and the new code of ethics.
It's interesting, another wrinkle.
It isn't about personalities. That's a red herring. Absolutely. We have laws and everybody interprets them differently. But at some point, we have to be very careful. I know that, I don't know why this is such a problem. An ex officio non-voting member is not a bad thing, but it seems to be a problem. And if it means that much to people and there's nothing wrong with it, then let's hear it from council. If there is something wrong with it, then we better know that.
Well, okay, I wouldn't go there personally. I'd just like to read whatever it is you're referring to before I.
Maybe we need to not drop this, but table this and think about it a little more. Think about the legal aspect or the historic aspect of the committee that's had the voting member all along, like all the different factors that we've brought up tonight, like kind of let it.
Yeah.
Think about it a little more.
Well, it's all new. And none of it's being presented to us in any written form that we can examine, so.
It's a little complicated.
Well, it might
be. Do you want to table it to the next meeting, but try to sort it out a little more?
I would like to do that personally. Sure.
You all okay with that?
Yeah, okay.
Can I ask you a quick question about even numbers? So if you have even numbers of voting members, when you have a quorum, you have to have one more.
So it would be 4 of 6 instead of 3 of 5.
Okay.
That would be the same for any affirmative votes.
Sure. Okay.
Come on up, Cheryl.
If you're done with that, I had one other comment from your prior discussion regarding an Excel spreadsheet. As archaic as one might think Nemrick is, they've come forward greatly with their capabilities. And when we had prior finance directors in the finance office, it is a very quick export to an Excel spreadsheet out of Nemrick into an Excel spreadsheet. It's meant to happen. It's easy to do. I could do it. I know Barry could do it. It would take 5 minutes. It is not onerous.
An unusual procedure is what you're saying. It's
It's a export that they already have set up in the system to
Okay.
export data to an Excel. Many towns in Vermont use Nemrick and they export it to Excel and they make fancy presentations with it. And Fielding Asensa used to bring it out in his Excel spreadsheets,
It actually.
did all that. He pulled it all out of Nemrick. It's very quick and easy. And so just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Thanks. All right, well, shall we table this till next time? Okay. All right. So now we have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen, and thank you, Cheryl. Okay. Now we have our Affordable Housing Subcommittee charge and bylaws. And our affordable housing representative is
Gone home.
I'm here. I'm here.
There he is. Hi, Jeff. You're home and you're here.
Smart.
Our room here is emptying. So thanks for hanging in. Okay. So, let's see, Marcia, do you want to kick this off? You do have a charge, right?
Yeah. So, hi, Jeff. I'm going to have a lot of things to say, and this is all respectful for Priscilla's concerns, but we need to talk about sort of a lot of stuff. So under the umbrella of the Planning Commission is how I drafted the Select Board Handbook charge for the committee. And that is consistent with the language that we used for all the other subcommittees that we have reviewed. So the Solar Siting Subcommittee, which is also a Planning Commission subcommittee, as well as for the Conservation Commission subcommittees, of which I think there are 3. So I'd like to be consistent. And if you look at, I don't know if you've looked at the handbook, but it's in here. It says under the umbrella of the Planning Commission's statutory duties, it's the charge of the Affordable Housing Subcommittee to provide recommendations and guidance to and work with the Planning Commission, Town Planner, Select Board, Town Manager, and any and all other commissions, committees, boards in the town of Norwich on the issues related to housing in Norwich. So I guess my first concern about the charge that you put forward is that under Dillon, of course, we can't do anything that isn't authorized by statute. And so I'm just wondering, the bylaws that you've proposed, for example, and I'm kind of jumping ahead to the bylaws, but the only place in the Planning Commission statute that talks about bylaws is about zoning bylaws. So I don't see any sort of basis in statute for a subcommittee of a Planning Commission to have bylaws. So I guess first and foremost, when we look at the charge that you drafted, it looks like, you're just assisting the Planning Commission. And I think the reality is, like we saw last year, when you wanted to do a grant proposal, you really need to have the buy-in from a lot of other people. It's not just about the Planning Commission. And that goes back to the charge that I put together that really expresses whatever is going on in this town is going to be vetted and worked on by appropriate committees, the select board, the town planner, town manager, whoever. And so I'm sort of worried about your suggestion that you're just assisting the Planning Commission, because I think it's a bigger job than that. So can we stick first to the charge and tell me why you think you like that charge better than the one that's in the Select Board handbook?
So, first of all, I've never seen the charge that's in the affordable house in your Select Board handbook. So I'm not expressing an opinion about one or the other. I don't know when you developed that. Our charge was probably developed 1.5 years ago. I don't know if you had a Select Board handbook back then. We were just trying to, we're just trying to be helpful. So just the context here, right? So for a long time, the Affordable Housing Subcommittee was a subcommittee of the Planning Commission. And then as I understood it, the Select Board wanted to appoint the members, and so you essentially reconstituted the Affordable Housing Subcommittee through a Select Board action, and you appointed the members, which is totally fine. And we need some kind of rules to keep our subcommittee going, right? And the question is, which body is the body that's going to develop those rules? Is it the Affordable Housing Subcommittee? Is it the Planning Commission? Is it the Select Board? And my understanding from I kind of heard it from secondhand through Stephen about Brennan, and maybe Brennan can weigh in, was that the thought was maybe the Select Board approves the charge, and then the Planning Commission would approve the rules by which we operate. And that's fine with me. So we provided a charge that was just taken from the first part of the bylaws. But if you have a better charge you want to use, I don't have a strong feeling about what the charge should be. We're going to work on affordable housing. So if you have different words that you want to use, that's fine. I think what we need is just some guidance about who are we reporting to, and how does that work? We used to be very clear. We were a subcommittee of the Planning Commission. We knew who we reported to. Now there's the Planning Commission and there's this Select Board. And I'm just trying to understand, how do we conceptualize our role? Who do we, when we have a issue, do we go to the Planning Commission? Do we go to the Select Board? And so you all should just decide how that reporting structure works, and we'll follow whatever you guys want.
Marcia, respond? So I'm sorry, Jeff, it has been so long, but it was, I can't even remember now if it was 2 years ago. I sent out to the various committees and commissions, this is the charge that we have for this group. And it may not have come to you. I don't know where it went. But then we scheduled everybody at the Select Board so that people could come. And I don't know why you were never scheduled to come. I wasn't the chair then, but I wanted to remedy that before we went any further on the handbook. So the reason that we went through the process of appointing people was because the Planning Commission was making appointments, and some of those appointments were for people who were not approved by the Select Board to be on a commission. And so Town Council weighed in and said, no, the Select Board has to approve everybody. And so what we said was, you tell us who you want, Planning Commission, and if they're on the Planning Commission that's already appointed, and it's just going to be a subcommittee, then you don't have to go through the Select Board. But we do want to know what it is that they're going to be doing. So there's a form that gets filled out by the parent organization and sent to Miranda so that she knows who they are, what they're doing, right? And the charge is put together by the parent. If it's wanting people who happen to have some certain knowledge that haven't been appointed by the Select Board, then the Select Board is going to have approval process. And basically the parent comes to the Select Board and says, we want these people to be on this subcommittee for this purpose because they have, special expertise. So I think the answer to your question, as I understand how we have proceeded, is that it is the Planning Commission that is the body that you would be reporting to and working with them on how you proceed.
Okay, I think that sounds great. I personally think that the charge, this is the first time I've seen it, that's on page 100 of the packet, I think is what you were reading, and that looks fine to me. I have no objection to it. I didn't know it existed. I think it's fine, and I think if you were to, maybe you don't need to act to approve it, but if that, whatever you need to do to approve that, I think that's great. And if the Planning Commission could be the one that approves our bylaws or whatever you want to call them, the rules by which we need rules by which we as an affordable housing subcommittee will do our business, right? We need to comply with open meeting law, blah, blah, blah. I don't think you necessarily need to be the one. If we're reporting to the Planning Commission, it makes sense, right, that the Planning Commission
would approve that. I think they're just looking for your guidance that that's what they should do. And we don't need, I don't think we need to talk necessarily about the bylaws. If you have feedback about what they should be, that's fine, but I don't think anyone's asking you necessarily to approve them.
Rachna? I think we kind of just went through this with another committee. And basically, whether it's rules of procedure or bylaws, I mean, I always look at the statutes, and we're a Dillon state. So if there's an authority to do something, then I think you can do it. Having said that, and seeing that there is no authority for bylaws other than zoning bylaws in that chapter, I would say, you just said we're not micromanaging, right? So if the planning commission and wants to say to the Affordable Housing Committee, subcommittee, this is what we expect you to do and how you want to do it. I think what we just decided on sort of the immediate precedent here, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody, was that, you know, you can basically set up your own sort of method of operation. I would just say, I'm not terribly comfortable with you calling them bylaws, and I'm not sure why you need to have bylaws. But if you need instruction, that's kind of between you and your parent group, don't you think, ladies and gentlemen?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I think so too. I don't think
Yeah.
we should sort of back off a little bit on the criticism of that.
That sounds great.
Might just call them rules of procedure or something, but
Yeah.
as you said, Jeff, you kind of need
Tell us
some rules.
what to call them. I wasn't aware that the word, the bylaw is a problem, but whatever you want to call them.
Well, I think it's what you want to call them, but just, you know, be mindful of that.
Okay. I will,
So,
I know Jan wasn't able to stay, but I'll pass on to him the guidance that you provided, and I think your charge is fine, and I'm comfortable with it.
I just have one more question.
Okay.
I saw that there's a Homes for Norwich Corporation. So I'd like to know, can you tell us about that? And I guess I'm concerned why that isn't a conflict of interest under the new state rules for municipalities.
It's a nonprofit, if that makes a difference, but go ahead,
So
Jeff.
The Homes for Norwich is a nonprofit group that cares about affordable housing and is interested in trying to promote affordable housing in town. It does it through education largely. I'm not quite understanding why there would be a conflict. I mean, lots of people are on members of organizations that care about issues. So people are members of the Sierra Club, or they're members of the, various conservation organizations, or people are members of the Democratic Party, they're members of the Republican Party, they're members of the Democratic Socialist Party. We're all members of different committees that have positions that care about issues that some of those groups advocate, but none of those are considered conflicts of interest. So I don't quite follow what the conflict of interest would be.
I'll just explain that. The conflict of interest statute, 29 BSA 1991-5, just says means a direct or indirect interest, blah, 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 in the outcome of a particular matter. And so I just felt, seeing that it was out there, I felt that we had to ask the question. And so if you don't think that there's an interest in the outcome of a particular matter, I don't know how you would interpret that. I just wanted to let you know that it's there, and maybe you want to read it.
Yeah, I'll take a look at that. Let me just get my pen and make sure I think about, for example, that people are members of the Republican Party or they're members of the Democratic Party, and those parties have platforms, right? Yet those people are able to be legislators, right? So I don't understand if you could be members of the Democratic Party, and which has a party platform, right? And you are able to act on matters that are related to that. And that's not a conflict of interest. I can't see how being part of a nonprofit organization that engages in education can possibly be a conflict of interest. Now, but I will take a look at that statute. Tell me again, the VSA, I've kept,
24 VSA 1991 paren 5.
I'll take a look
This
at
is
it. I'll
all-
let you know if I have any
New,
questions.
you know, and so I just mentioned it to you.
I could see where, a developer would definitely be a red flag to me, but to be on a committee, because there would be a financial benefit to knowing which, but I don't see it with a nonprofit. It's just advocacy for affordable housing. I think it would strengthens the committee to have access to people who are passionate about the issue, support it in different ways. So I see it as an asset.
If it's education, yeah.
Kimo?
I think if you're proposing policies and procedures for your group, it's a good thing to know about, just to make sure. Can't hurt. And then you can talk about it. No, we're clearly not in conflict. So when someone asks, I had a question.
Go ahead.
On page 100 of our packet, there is a Norwich Planning Commission Affordable Housing Subcommittee charge. Is that what we're proposing to be their charge?
When I put this together, the whole package, sometimes there was a charge, sometimes there wasn't a charge. If there was a charge, I plugged it in. If there wasn't a charge, I put in something. And I tried to make it as broad and descriptive as possible. And in the case of subcommittees, making sure that it was clear that it was under somebody's umbrella, right?
Yeah, so that's my question, because this says it's the charge of the Affordable Housing Subcommittee to provide recommendations and guidance to and work with the Planning Commission, Town Planner, Select Board, Town Manager, any and all other commissions, committees, boards in the town of Norwich. That's a charge bigger than ours. So I'm wondering why it didn't just stop with Planning Commission.
The reason I didn't stop there was because of reality, what had happened, like last year, we had a good example. I think it was last year, it all runs together, but they did a grant. And that involved more than just the Planning Commission and more than just them, right? So they came to us, they came to the town manager, people are involved. If it had gone farther, and actually it was about potentially putting land on what was formerly the town transfer station or dump. And, so maybe it would involve the Conservation Commission, who knows? But I thought better to say, we don't know when you're talking about land and housing, what's going to be involved and what will be needed.
Okay, so we could wordsmith that a little, maybe simplify. To make the Planning Commission the point of, like, that's who they work with mostly and provide.
Yeah.
the measure. And then,
Not forget these.
and all other necessary committees or something like that.
Well,
Okay.
And if the Planning Commission is proposing a grant, it's also going to be true of them that they might have to call upon a lot of different entities.
Yeah.
But it is a little odd for an advisory committee to initiate a grant and also have to think about how to administrate it and the administrative costs.
They did it last year.
No, I'm just saying for me, there's a little disconnect between advisory committee and taking the action of initiating a grant, although at the time.
What we did last year was the Affordable Housing Subcommittee made a recommendation, but it was the Planning Commission that was the actor. So we were advising
That makes sense.
We were advising the Planning Commission, and then the Planning Commission made the formal recommendation to you. Now, it's true that once they did that, I was available and Brian was available to answer questions about, and we helped to draft the application, et cetera. But it was always the Planning Commission that was the actor.
Okay, that sounds right to me.
Yeah.
That structure.
Okay.
Yep. Okay.
So however you want to wordsmith it, that works for me. And I appreciate the guidance on the non-bylaws, whatever we want to call them, and the conflict of interest policy. I'll look into that. Thank you.
So are you okay, Marcia?
Yeah.
Everyone else okay with this?
Tired.
Everybody's tired. Thanks.
Yeah, no, this is great.
Which I.
It's great. Really appreciate it.
We need a small break.
All right,
Oh,
thanks.
that's true. Haven't had a
Good
break.
night.
Thank you.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Good night.
Thank you.
Let's have a 5-minute break.
Wow, we've waited a long time for that break. Yes, we have 3 hours.
So let's come back at. what is it?
Recording
1:45?
stopped.
I forgot to bring a
1:45.
snack.
spent a lot of time on. Was just wondering if the Land Management Council is still in effect or active, and also someone just looking at this from outside might not be aware that there's a fire district. So if we're going to have something that relates to the fire district, should there be a definition somewhere?
Oh.
Let me see. Where do we have, oh, there's the Land Management Council.
The Land Management Council, because it relates to the fire district. So I don't know if it's even active because.
No, I think the fire district's trying to get rid of it.
What page are we on?
The Selectboard handbook. Like,
50 is where we're starting.
So I didn't put the fire district in here, just like I didn't put the school district in there, because they're not us, they're a different.
It's a different municipality, yeah.
And, but there can be certainly a reference in the beginning
to it. It's
it.
either that or strip out Land Management Council.
Well, it still exists, and I'm not sure, I
And
mean,
still
we have to, is it even ours to disband?
I don't know.
Well, okay, well, I think it actually invites a select board member to be part of it, right? So there is that interaction.
We have to.
But I think a slight bit of definition might be good, especially for someone who is not been in town, is not aware that there is a fire district.
So why do you want it under the Land Management Council? Just a little, this falls under.
Just a little definition of the fire district, I think. And then they can tell us if it's active or not active.
Okay.
When they feel like it.
I can put that in.
And was there some question last time, Marcia, about the temporary committees as they are defined here? The childcare and
on pages 62 and 63 of the handbook, we mention the Article 36 task force and the child care committee, which are dormant. And so I asked the question in my memo, does the select board wish to dissolve those two entities, understanding that future work would likely require a new charge anyway? I mean, we haven't had a practice that I know of having tons of temporary ones or cleaning up the books, and
I have a strong opinion on these. So I think that well.
We like strong opinions.
Okay, I think they're both valuable in that and I was was very involved with the child care committee. But just that these committees were set out to do a discrete amount of research. And I think in both cases, a lot of valuable research was done. I don't think that there's going to be, I think you call them dormant as if they're sitting there and they're not growing, so they should be eliminated. But I just think that they have valuable information that should be part of a guide.
Where is
what's
that?
been studied in town.
Where's that information now?
There's a final report of the child care committee on our website, and it's also a final report of Article 36. They're both, they're really good reports. I don't think we should get rid of them.
I've cited to them. There's a link here in the.
Right. So when you say, I don't want to get rid of them, I think they should be in there somewhere. I mean, maybe they should be in an appendix or something, because they're not active committees.
Sure.
Well, go ahead.
Article 36 is meant to be acted on over time.
Okay.
So that committee could continue to advise or do more research.
It would have to be reactivated, I think, but it could.
But Article 36 hasn't gone away.
No, and I think it's extremely useful information where we might want to see, how do we measure up, for instance.
So would that be a different type of committee, or would that be a rekindling of the original committee structure?
I guess my only point is I don't want to bury these or sort of make access hard, because a lot of work went into these, a lot of good information, so.
I agree.
Okay.
I agree with you, and that's why I put them in there. A, because they were never disbanded officially, and B, because we tend to fumble around sometimes and say, well, what was decided about this or that or the other thing? And I think those are two important committees.
Mhm.
And the reports, if they're right there, are, you know,
Useful. right?
useful.
Yeah.
So I would say keep them.
Keep 'em.
And I mean, maybe what we do need to do is say the work, put a sentence in there about the work that this committee was finished, but the work was, the final report is here and we'll probably be using it. I don't know, something like that, but just make it clear that the work for now is finished.
Well, it says final report under
Yeah,
each item, so that implies.
I think the charge in each case was to come up with a discrete document that is, you know, it's a reflection of what was available at the time. But for instance, with the childcare committee, we looked for local solutions to help, and we found there was some economic sort of conflict between what the state was doing with enabling preschool education, like funding that, and the traditional providers who had had a few preschoolers who sort of required slightly less care, and that subsidized the infant care, which is extremely intensive and expensive.
Yeah.
So there's some economic things going, and we concluded there wasn't a lot we could do right at the grassroots level. I mean, sometimes if families are involved, you know, or neighbors would get together to, you know, watch over kids so that other people could go in other directions. But for the time period that we looked at, we kind of worked it out and decided that the state level and the federal level were a lot more important, like the changes that could be made to help the childcare situation were going to be on the state and federal level. But that could always change, you know? Yeah, it's fine.
So that was something that ended, study was done, came to a
It was
conclusion.
deliberately sunsetted too. I mean, like we did that work, and for that time period, it ended, right?
Article 36 set up something that somebody was supposed to carry on. Was that somebody defined?
The town. Well, the town.
The town, okay.
It also is extremely aspirational, and it was like, well, we'll never get around to being energy efficient if we don't put a timeline and we don't put some numbers. And it was a passion of John Langus, who was on the board then. So, okay, we had a timeline, we have numbers, and, you know, and then some of it is hard, like fire trucks, excuse me, Matt probably back me on this. Your electric fire truck, I think, is there one in LA or two? It's like not.
There's some
gonna
prototypes,
happen.
but not.
Maybe you buy carbon credits for your fire trucks or something, you know? So some of it was very aspirational.
Yeah.
But we got a chance with Tracy Hall to kind of nibble at it, you know, and, you know, transportation is big. I think at one point we were thinking electric vehicles for the police department, but then it turns out a Tesla is terrible in a snowstorm. You know what I mean? No clearance.
Right.
So there's sort of practical considerations that keep tripping us up. But we could probably ooch along and do some of that at least.
So, but we don't have anybody really focusing on that.
No, I think we could look at that in our efforts to renovate Tracy Hall. We could just bring it back up and see how we're doing.
I was surprised that when we talked about putting in the new propane boilers, we didn't hear a lot from those people, because 2 years prior, when
propane or the wood chips?
The new boilers, we didn't hear from them, because when Pam and I, 2 years before, you know, proposed wood chip thing, they were out in loud force and we were completely shot down.
Okay.
But, you know.
So one thing I'm gonna do is make it clear.
I think.
Yeah, I see.
Okay.
See. Well, yeah, I'm gonna get there. Okay, go ahead, Marcia, and then we'll.
So I'm gonna make it clear, see final report here for each of those, and that'll be better than it is now, which is just see this.
Okay.
And I think that's fine. I think one of the things that we might consider, you know, one of the benefits of having an annual review and reporting of committees is to say, so, you know, we haven't done anything with the Article 36 task force, and energy committee, you know.
What do you want to pick it up again or something?
Yeah.
Or
But I
review it.
mean, it's a prick for us to do something.
A little nudge, yes. Okay, now I think, is it Rob here? It's in tiny print again. Hey, Rob, do you want to speak?
Sure. Actually, I was going to mention just what Marcia mentioned, which is if a committee is formed, a task force is formed, and it finishes a final report, maybe the mechanism would be to have it reviewed a year after the delivery of the final report. And what members are still around and interested could have that opportunity to chime in as to whether or not they felt that some progress had been made or an appropriate response to the final report was given, or happened. But, so that mechanism of having an annual or just 1 year anniversary review could be very helpful, I think.
All right, thank you, Rob. All right, anything else about handbook at this point, or? Go ahead, Kimo.
Two things. Page 63, it's in red. The wording of the select board similarly affirms by adoption of this handbook that appointed individuals may be removed. So I don't think it's right for us to have an action associated with adopting the handbook. We either vote on something and the handbook describes it, or goes away. But we can't adopt the handbook and have things enacted. That doesn't make any sense.
You've lost me.
Well, the select board similarly affirms by adoption of this handbook that appointed individuals may be removed and or select board created committees, boards, commissions may be dissolved. We should vote on that separate from adopting the handbook.
Well, I think that, isn't that a right by statute anyway, Marcia?
Yeah, see, up here, the
So we don't
three,
need to, yeah, go ahead.
the 3 bullets up here explain that we have the power to remove appointments for certain boards and commissions. So the question is, and that's why it's in red.
Yeah.
We're saying we have the right to appoint. We know that council has already, they've said you have the obligation to appoint. So similarly, we understand that we can remove, if there's something that a violation of law or town policy, and everybody says that rises to the level of something that we feel we can't have, right? So we're going to either dissolve that group or remove that person. We understand that we can do that and we should do that. So that's all that that's trying to say.
But the language states that when we adopt this handbook,
when it should be just.
That's when
it should be because we're serving as select board members and we're obeying statutes. That's the basis for doing that, not signing the handbook.
Yeah,
So
that's all.
So just tell me, because I'm tired, what words you would like there.
Well, I think you could probably just take it out. I mean, it's sort of, we're restating
Strike it.
something that's
Strike
understood.
the whole thing.
Yeah, strike it.
And I think that's what you were suggesting at the beginning, is maybe.
Yeah.
I looked at it. But the other thing is, on page 56, to that,
Strike the red. Does everybody agree with that?
I did see that it.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
Page 6 says, to that end, the select board will publish and maintain this document on the town website.
Where are you now?
Page 56. So that fills me with dread.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that.
Having to maintain it.
Hold on. All I'm seeing on here is 50 pages. So what's the language? I can search by that.
It's page, well, it's page 56 of the, packet.
That's.
Accessibility to the handbook, caveats and disclaimer. Given the nature of municipal government, this document must be an organic reference source, ongoing select board commitment to keep it up to date and accessible. That is worrisome language to me. What happens if we don't? What are the consequences?
Well, let's
And,
put in the word will endeavor to.
yeah, so to that end, the select board will publish and maintain this document on the town website. I don't know who will do this, how it will be maintained, will any updates be reviewed by the entire select board and voted on? Will the town manager assist with this? What's the mechanism?
Or while I breathe on this board, I would certainly be doing that. When I no longer breathe on this board, it's the board's.
Well, I just wondered if it makes sense to codify how it happens. You know, it might be hopeful, but at least describe some mechanism that would allow this to actually happen.
Yearly review or something. I don't know.
Well, you know, I think one thing that boards should is pay attention to what's on the VLCT website. Because they're telling you things that you won't know about what's being passed by laws and stuff, right? And that's where you're gonna learn that the open meeting law has been tweaked, or there's a new code of ethics, right? And so it might be a conversation that has to be had with the town manager about, maybe he says, okay, I'm watching this always and this needs to be amended. It's a bigger conversation for future boards, and it probably has to include the town manager.
Okay, that's the part that worries me. It's a bigger conversation for future boards that we have no control over and don't know whether there's a. Should we
do? That's the same.
Well, should we specify that a member of the board will have a responsibility, and then
You could try it. I mean, it didn't work so well for the committee reporting.
Yeah.
That was
If you're, this is amazing what you're doing. And if we don't have a mechanism in place that's defined, in 6 months, it's all going to be out of date. Just a little bit of it will be out of date, and that will affect other things that'll be out of date. And suddenly,
lives in town and is
Yeah,
alive.
okay.
She'll do this.
No, I get it, but I guess I would. If it were me and I was loosing it on the world, I'd try to think hard about how does this get maintained? Because
I'm concerned about the cumbersomeness of this, is in that even in during its creation, things have changed and been updated in it. And so I don't know what the solution to it is, because I see the value of kind of, I understand the value and your motivation in putting it together. But my concern is that it's going to be hard to keep up, but I think we can kind of see how that works out. Probably the minutes taker should be responsible.
No, don't scare her off. We've waited years for wonderful minutes.
No, you know what?
Okay, well, it was just a question.
Yeah, it's a good question. I think that when you've got something, one of the things that it says in here, it's the duty of people to, make sure that it hasn't changed. So if you're looking at something, say, this is my new job, and I have to know what I'm going to do as the town dog catcher, whatever it is, you can look it up and then just check, because it tells you the statute, right? Maybe there has to be a little thing in there about how to find a statute, although maybe books are going out of fashion, but maybe Lily still has a full set.
Oh, of the statutes?
Yeah, but
Well,
I
they're
can,
online. That's easy to do.
right, I mean, I can put in this is how you find a statute. Why don't I do that? And I can say the select board will endeavor to keep these up to date, but it's the responsibility of everybody to look.
Or maybe
right?
just notice things.
Yeah, well, I mean, even when I was doing practice, you never rely on what you remember. You look up the law.
You remember where to look it up.
You look it up every time.
Well, yeah, so, I mean, you're an individual, maybe it makes sense to identify an individual on the select board who has that responsibility.
Maybe.
Well, maybe not.
I don't know. I'd
Okay.
leave it for now.
Yeah.
I'd leave it for now. That's a
I
good
would too,
question.
it's just a question.
Do you want me to just put in that sort of modulating language?
Tell me the strict language again.
It says will publish. Now, publish means that it's going to be on the website, which we talked about.
Well, we'll publish. I mean, if you're gonna do it at all, it should be accessible on the website. I agree with that.
And then it says and maintain on the town website. So that really means, in my mind, they'll publish and make sure that it doesn't disappear from the website.
You could just say maintain and not delegate it. I mean, it takes a certain interest in it too.
And then it says new and existing appointed and elected individuals are expected to understand its content and to their particular roles, as to their particular roles, and remain in compliance with the statutes, rules, regulations, policies referenced herein. And then I could, oh, I did it. It's in there. References to statutes should be checked. And here it is, right there.
Yeah, may not be completely up to date at any given moment, which is an out.
That's
So,
good. Leave
yeah.
it flexible.
I think it's okay,
I think it's fine.
Okay,
but I will strike the red thing about removal and dissolution.
Okay. Good. Right.
Enough tonight?
Good for now on that.
Do you want to see this whole thing again?
Well,
Yes,
I don't know.
it doesn't matter to me.
You think it's baked enough to make it disappear for a while?
Well, I was hoping we could just put it on the website and then it would be there. And if anybody wanted to look at it, that's how you do it.
as a draft.
Could be a draft, could be final, or whatever, but
Do you feel that it's of enough value to put on the website at this point? Well, we could make a motion then, right? Motion number 12.
I mean, it says in here that this is organic and it's gonna be changing.
So if we move to do something, we move to publish it, is that on the website or what? In fact, how's our motion going to be shaped here?
I think that would be sufficient.
I would move to publish the, what are we calling this?
Select Board
Select Board Handbook as a draft, inviting public feedback.
Well, you want public feedback, Marcia? I don't know.
Well, that sort of gives committees the chance to look at it, comment.
User friendly it is. Is that what you're looking for?
Everybody, this is for people to use.
Right.
So there's no harm, no foul saying, you know, comment
Inviting
if you
the
want to.
feedback.
Right.
Okay.
There might not be much we can, I mean, if they're not happy with the statutes.
No, I think it might be more the complexity. You know, they might want the pocket guide, but there could be a pocket guide.
The Robert Rules
Or-
one page.
Yeah. Okay, is there a second to this motion? The motion so far is, Kimo says, I move to publish the Select Board Handbook as a draft, inviting public feedback. Is there a second?
We'll need to do it in 1 second.
Okay. Any other discussion? Let's vote. Marcia, how do you
Can I
vote?
make a comment?
Yes, oh, yes, you may.
So this select board handbook has been in creation now for at least 1.5 years, I think, maybe longer than that. I can't imagine why you wouldn't just adopt the document and publish it. Like adopting a draft and requesting public feedback seems like we've spent a lot of time and effort and gotten very, very little out of that. That would be my suggestion. And it's 10:10, and I'm running out of gas here, so I hope we can expedite something.
I would support publishing it. I think the public feedback has been had like throughout this course of this time.
Might be a bit much.
And so let's put it up and it's available. And then, you know, if someone has suggestions, you know,
they can let us know.
Yeah, people in Norwich are not shy about sharing their opinions, so.
Okay, so maybe a friendly amendment to drop the part about the draft inviting public feedback.
Yeah.
So it'd be to publish it.
Yeah, and just publish it, not as a draft,
You
but
want to
just,
do-
it's public, like, it's kind of done.
You want to adopt and publish? That would be quite definite.
Sure.
Okay,
That's
what about
a new-
all the red
As amended.
as amended? Okay, this says draft, so we haven't seen a final version. That's the only reason I mean, this is a draft.
Okay.
So are we adopting a draft?
I mean, the other way we could do it is just, you could provide the final version next time in the packet, and then we can have a, 1 minute adoption and publish.
Okay.
And that's fine. Like, sometimes it's nice to just see the final version of something that you're putting up online.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, should we vote this down just to clear out the motion?
I'd like to rather have him withdraw it.
Okay, are you willing to withdraw your motion?
I'm willing to withdraw. I'm happy to withdraw. I do withdraw my
Okay,
motion.
do we have to vote on that, Don? I think it just withdraws.
No, we just withdraw.
Okay, Jenny, the motion is withdrawn. Okay, so our patient town manager. It's now time for the town manager report.
So just to be clear, so what just happened there? The motion was withdrawn, so we're gonna have this on the agenda for the next meeting?
Yeah, probably just as a vote, but we're all, as you said, it's 10-10.
Yeah, I
Or we just
agree,
fine.
and I would just, I would just mention, I guess, at this juncture, I mean, if we are gonna have meetings that don't go for 4 hours, I mean, there has to be a cultural change of how we expedite topics. I've been kind of watching this, I've got a lot going on, but yeah, I guess watch the tape and maybe figure out other ways where we could stick to the 10 or the 15-minute timelines that we've provided instead of going for over an hour on topics. It's just yeah, it's exhausting. Anyway, with that said, I will move on and be brief. The town manager report was published in the packet, so I imagine everyone's had a good chance to take a look at that, and I'll just kind of summarize the high points here. I think I'll just skip down to the DPW, and I will mention that the Hemlock Road project has been completed as of this week. Final walkthrough has occurred, and we're not quite done because now we begin the requisition process for getting our money back from FEMA via the state. So that's going to be now engaging the finance office in the project. But I thought people would be interested to know that is done and close to, I think, the timing that we had planned. And the second FEMA project, the culvert replacements, is also underway. And Kate Wallace Road culvert is, at least the box is in at this point. So that'll be done again, kind of in a linear fashion where that project will be completed. Then they'll move on, do the second project, and then move on and finish the third. So I want to just give a quick shout out to our DPW director, who has been really working hard to make sure that these projects are getting done properly and supervising them, and it's a lot of work for him. So thank you, Chris. What else here? The rec department, nothing crazy here other than that the camps are underway and that we have registration starting up here for fall sports programming. And then from my office, I will say that we have signed the agreement to proceed with ARC for the boilers, and they are going to be moving on that. We are going to have a chimney inspection service here in the middle of next week, and they're going to, again, inspect the flue at the top of the chimney there to make sure that is structurally sound. And we also had some outreach to the Studio Nexus group we had talked at the last meeting about asking them to come in to a future select board meeting and discuss whether they want to, or what we might want to look at as far as grand visioning projects, and they're agreeable to do that. So it really just a matter of picking a meeting for that to occur. And I have made a little progress on the roof inspections, and I'm trying to get some ideas on the elevator costs. So maybe we'll have something for the next meeting definitive on that. And jumping around just a little bit here, the other piece in the police department, I did mention, and I think everyone has been made aware that Michelle is going to be retiring. I will say we did make an offer for a replacement administrative assistant today, and I'm hopeful that we will get a positive response for that. So we might have an ability to actually have a week or so of transition here if the offer is accepted before Michelle leaves and do some training on site there. So we will keep you posted on that with hopefully some good news. I think that's all I'm gonna mention tonight, unless there are any questions.
Okay. Questions? Okay, so next is the department reports, which I think you covered the DPW, and I think we should just sort of cruise by that personally.
Agreed.
Okay,
Cruise by what?
well, the department reports,
Yeah, they all look
Okay,
good.
I just had asked if we could talk a little about the finances, although I don't really want to anymore either because I'm so tired, but
you're tired, okay.
it's just,
Well-
you know, we wait till the very end always to talk about the finances, and really, I think it should be more upfront, because I think that it's one of our primary responsibilities is to be good stewards of taxpayers' money, and by the time we get to it, we're so tired, we can't think.
Mm.
And
Well, I think that, you know, you can comfort yourself with the fact that we've got professional auditors. And so we place the budget in place. And when things come up to be spent that are the big ticket items, we approve them, and it says where it's coming from. There's all transparency. If there's a problem at the end of the year, it's up to the auditors, and they'll tell us, and we've been getting great audits. So I think, you know, it's not our job to say, oh, you put that in the wrong column. We don't always know exactly what that column should be because it's not our job. So I think take comfort in the fact that
well, we had something coming out of the wrong account last time, and we had to adjust the warrant articles.
That was as I understood it, a very small thing with new staff now, and that certainly would be fixed. We've had issues in the past where, you know, we had to make a correction, and it's not a big deal.
No, anybody can make a mistake, but I'm wondering where's the oversight? Because you have a new staff person who has a boss, both of whom have signed off. Nobody has noticed it except a member of the public who's way more on top of this than I am, notices we got it in the wrong place. I mean, it's just like.
I think it's certainly appropriate to ask questions about the finances. That's why we're here. Do you have energy to ask, or, I mean?
Well, I mean, thank you for, you know, answering the questions that were in the memo that, I mean, Chris Katuki hit a lot of the things that I was wondering about, but you know, the answer to one of them was, oh, you know, go look at the packet back from June. So I did. And I don't know that this has been fixed. The thing had to do with the hold harmless revenue and the Vermont use tax. And it looked as though they'd gotten mixed up. And it looks as though they haven't been corrected. Maybe I'm wrong, but that's what it looks like based on the answer that I got back in June, and they're still the same way they were. So, you know, I guess get very disheartened and not sure I have confidence in what I'm looking at. And that's a really bad way to feel.
So to back up, the public doesn't know what you're talking about, because somehow or other at 10 o'clock last night, you knew what Chris Katuki was saying, I don't understand.
I was planning to ask questions in the meeting, and because I'm always requested to put the questions in advance to give warning. When I asked at the meeting, I did that. I got some answers back. No, the public doesn't know what I'm talking about, but I'm just.
Well, maybe Priscilla, the questions that Chris asked that you thought were appropriate, that his correspondence that wasn't in the packet could just be in the next one.
Well, I think it will be.
Discuss
But- All right, I guess I have to write another memo when I recover from tonight's meeting about why I'm still having a problem, but okay, fine.
Okay, well,
Fine. But I would like also to acknowledge the work that the finance department is doing. They're doing a whole lot of work, and we usually don't even look at what they're doing, which is kind of disrespectful.
Well, well, actually, I look at it pretty carefully.
I do
during
too.
Waking hours, and I know you do too.
But we don't ever discuss it.
But if I have questions, I write them down so that even though I am tired, like this, the questions are there and I don't have to do much thinking. I don't actually have any questions this week. They all look pretty straightforward to me.
okay, well, let's
right.
get back on track here. I think
All right, nobody wants to talk about this. Okay, fine.
Okay, let's move on to the minutes.
I'm confused and I'd like to just get a little clarity here. So I received, as well as I think Mary and the select board at address, and maybe Miranda, a message last night from a member of the public, which I said, oh, I saw it this morning and I said, okay, someone has questions. And then I had the question from Priscilla, which was maybe a half an hour later at 10:15 or so, that was saying, yeah, I have those same questions. And for the life of me, I don't understand how Priscilla knew that Chris Katuki had asked these questions of the select board, because that's an address that only.
Because he also sent the memo to me.
Okay. Did anyone else get the memo on the board?
Sent it to
I'm just
Mary,
curious.
to me, to the town manager's office, and then to, select board at Vermont, which is an address I don't like because it takes 2 weeks to get it.
But it was also very last minute, which doesn't help anything.
Well, the numbers don't come out till Monday. That was Tuesday.
Well, I know.
I don't think we're getting anywhere with this right now. It's,
Yeah, I think for now we should drop this. Maybe we could, publish that in the packet for next time and talk about it or not, but I think we're done. I think we're done with that.
Yeah,
And
well,
let's move on to, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it
Confusing,
will go in
right?
the packet because it was sent to the select board at email address unless it's retracted. So yeah, I tried to have Barry look at that. I looked at it. We tried to answer those questions based on Priscilla asking that to be a topic. And I hope that those answers were sufficient to make people feel comfortable that those are answered, that we have answers to the questions that are being posed.
No, the one thing isn't, so I'll just write another memo explaining because we're all too tired to talk about it tonight. And nobody has the piece of paper in front of them. It's me.
Okay. Well, thank you both for trying to resolve it, but I think we really should move on and get through our remaining items, close down this meeting. So our next thing is to approve the minutes. So the motion.
I move to approve the minutes as presented.
Second.
Okay,
Oh, can I move to approve the minutes for July 9, 2025 as presented?
okay, and Priscilla, did you want to
Just a
discuss?
little piece of clarification on page, well, I don't know what page it was because I printed it and then anyway, it's item number 15 under receipt of correspondence.
Okay.
No, but that was when there were only 176 pages in the packet. Now we're up to, yeah. The third thing, it says the chair noted the topic of town treasurer as a non-voting member. We might add of the finance committee for a future agenda item, because it just says, it doesn't say a non-voting member of what.
Can you read it again?
Yeah.
I'm wicked tired.
If you have your, have your minute.
No.
The chair noted the topic of town treasurer as a non-voting member of the finance committee for a future agenda item.
So we just need to add
Of the finance.
finance
Committee. Yeah,
committee.
just for clarity.
Okay.
Did you say that? Well, you took the minutes. Did you say?
My memory is not.
I thought you were saying
No,
something.
I was gonna, no, okay. I think for the minutes, it probably should be amended to say of the finance committee, like I might have said it that way, but the context wasn't there in the minutes, and I think it should be.
That's all.
So that would make it amended, right?
Yeah.
So Marcia, which way did you move that? As presented or amended?
As presented.
You want to
I'll withdraw it.
withdraw it and try again here?
I move to approve the minutes for July 9, 2025 as amended.
Okay, and chemo?
Second.
Okay. So let's vote on this. Marcia?
Yes.
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yes.
Matt?
Yes.
I'm a yes. Okay, now let's move on to the warrants. Does someone want to move the warrants?
I move to approve AP warrant number 1357 in the amount of $425,177.06 to be paid from the general fund, and AP warrant number 1358 in the amount of $40,000 to be paid from the general fund.
Is there a second?
Wait,
Second.
wasn't that out of a designated fund? That was the emergency designated fund.
For which, the 40,000?
Yeah.
Okay, so that was from the emergency fund?
Yes, the fund number 50, I believe.
Good catch. I withdraw my motion and I will change it. I move to approve AP warrant number 1357 in the amount of $425,177.06 to be paid from the general fund, and AP warrant number 1358 in the amount of $40,000 to be paid from Fund 50.
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry, I should have looked at this one.
thank you. So second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion?
Yeah, as I said in the bathroom, I've been looking at these things for 2.5 years, and I suddenly, I think I had a revelation that when we have several invoices for one vendor, apparently we just write one check, which makes sense. And this came to my attention because on page 2 of the big warrant article, we have these 4 things for the co-op service center, and they're all the same check number. But the thing that did puzzle me there was we have 2 things. One says number 6 service, the other says number 5 service, cruiser maintenance. They're exactly the same amount of money, right down to the penny. And when I first saw them, I thought, are we doing this twice? Or were there really 2 different cruisers that had exactly the same service maintenance down to the last 82 cents?
Only windshield wipers or something.
Well, it was $1,182 and 40.
So if you look at that, I looked at that too.
And I went, I mean,
But
I know.
it is true, but if you look in the notes, it looks like it's cruiser number 5.
And
then
cruiser number, that's
6.
what it said, but I just thought, I mean, you know, and then it's the same check number. I'm like, really, it was exactly the same amount of money for both cruisers.
Okay,
It's probably a standard service.
all right.
I don't know.
Or added the
So
same.
I'm
this
just,
doesn't, okay, are you okay with this?
I guess I'm okay, but I'm like, oh, wow, I finally noticed we write one check.
All right, well, let's move on to vote on this. So Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
And Kimo?
Yes.
And Priscilla?
Oh, yeah.
And Matt?
Yes.
And I'm yes. Okay. Correspondence, let's see. Here. So our correspondence was engineering services of Vermont regarding ARC mechanical bid, the actual ARC mechanical bid. Signe Taylor regarding the animal control ordinance, and saying the rules that we made should not be part of the ordinance. Chris Tukey pointing out legal errors in the Selectboard Handbook. Brandy Enet, animal control ordinance is opposed to a total ban of off-leash dogs at Holly Meadow. Chris Clement and Miranda Bergmeyer went back and forth about a request for the LCT compensation study. And then Alex McLean, letter from GWI, a statement regarding a lawsuit with EC Fiber. And then subsequently a letter came in after the packet deadline from EC Fiber that gives a different point of view on that, but it's not part of official correspondence.
Okay.
Should we have a motion to receive the correspondence?
I vote to receive all correspondence.
Okay, a second.
Second.
Okay, let's vote. Marcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Emo?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yep.
Matt?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, now motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
Okay, and let's vote. Marcia?
Yes.
Emo?
Yes.
Priscilla?
Yeah.
Matt?
Yes.
And I'm a yes. Meeting adjourned at 10:30.